Last time on Hell's Gate, we went to explore whatever it was that the Hellhounds were after on the fringes of the Calliope system. Found that it was a oddly intact and oddly advanced chip named the Tachyon that had collided with some Harrison Armory scrap salvage vessel. But the collision was odd because there was no evasive maneuver taken, there was little to no actual impact. It's almost as if the Tachyon just appeared, severing the other ship in half. You all entered through the one weak point in the vessel, and that was the point of contact with the other ship. You found that all of the station's defenses were inactive, but they were pointing inwards, as if there was something trying to get out, and the ship was trying to stop it. You saw scorch marks along hallways. You saw entire bulkheads that turned to feathers. There were walkways that melted underfoot, and even a point where you saw fiery, bird-like talon marks along the ground that charged towards the team, tried to rip through Garm, and partially succeeded before it disappeared. You found the core where the ship's NHP casket should have been, but it was missing. You did also manage to pick up a size 3 printer while you were there, which Hell's Gate is going to be very appreciative of.
We might let him use it.
Your escape, however, was a little more stressful than you would have liked, as you encountered the leader of the Hellhounds, Andros, an individual that reached out to you, but something was clearly wrong, because he was bleeding from the eyes, from the ears, from the nose, from the mouth. He just had this 1,000-yard stare. Barely seemed human. But you did end him. You managed to slip past the whole team, get back to your shuttle, and escape. But it doesn't seem like you were alone. A signal washed over your ship, momentarily shutting it down before your own NHP managed to bring it back online and get you away from whatever was causing it. Most of the team fell victim to it. Your minds just being overloaded with whatever this signal was and just lying still in your cockpits. Only one of the team managed to fight it off and currently sits awake. Garm, you're first in initiative.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
Oh, initiative. Oh, joy. For clarification, we are not currently in our mechs. We got out of our mechs when we got back in the ship.
The rest of your team are in their mechs.
They're still in their mechs.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Jason wants to go commando, but Garm would check Marl first. That would be his primary objective. So he's going to clamber up, panic, use the exterior code to open up the cockpit and just check on her and see if she's okay.
Marl would just kind of
see if he can wake her up
forward onto the controls.
They checking the pulse.
There's a pulse.
Eye back, looking for, like, are the pupils dilating?
You are seeing a trickle of blood come out of the corner of the eye.
Motherfucker. Oh my god. Can I check her vitals through her mech systems?
Yeah. Everything
Yeah, so I'm
looks relatively normal. There are spiking signs of, brain activity, probably by whatever that signal was.
Do I think that signal is still active?
No, it has faded.
He's gonna unbuckle her and like gently lower her out of her mech onto the deck, and then he's going to try to see if he can wake up Kaya.
Okay.
Because she's the one who knows how to use the stims.
Well, I need to roll a d6. A 1. You love it when the dice tell a story. You set Marl down, get up, start running over to Kaya, and see just this horrific 3-pronged claw mark just rip down the front of the mech. One of the arms is lifted and just pulled. The metal is screeching in protest.
Is there anything in Garm's experience that makes him think that maybe an EMP would have an effect on an NHP?
Probably not, considering that you've seen your friends' NHPs fight through such effects.
Okay. And short of having one of those suites, I really can't see or interact with their NHPs at all, right?
Right. Which you
Um,
can kind of only imagine what's happening, because that assault on the mech does pause for a moment. There's these flashes. It's not quite light that you're seeing. It's flashes of almost an alternate existence, something that the others probably see on the daily, but they're being accustomed to the NHPs. But this is very new.
yeah, I hate everything about this. It's literally nothing about this I like.
It's like you were seeing a being of fire and a being of shadow clashing back and forth until that shadow is cut down and disappears.
Oh no. Yarm will check his step for a second, but then just power through, and he's claw marks or not, he's gonna get up on the front of that. Her mech is a lot tinier. It's only like about a person and a half, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's gonna access her mech from the outside and get her loose, and get her at least away from the mech.
Yeah. Got another d6 roll for us.
I suck at d6, even
Zoe,
when I'm not rolling
it. As you pull Kaya out, you look over, and there is like this impact, as if something just got shoved back into Zoe's mech, almost knocking it backwards, but then rocking to right itself. And you know Penny's voice. You've heard Penny's voice. But you've never heard Penny scream.
Kaya's subjectivity suite is something she wears on her head, right? It's sort of like a Google Glass, but cooler looking.
I believe Kaya got it implanted.
She did get it implanted.
Mm-hmm.
And so did Zoe. Mm-hmm. And Min is just automatically like that.
Min's just built different.
Fuck. Yeah. Got a special brain. We've established that. I'm gonna try to wake Kaya up, to be checking her vitals. Is she bleeding anywhere?
Some blood, nose, ears, eyes. Ear.
Yeah, of course. So a few concussions among friends. Yeah, I'm gonna try to wake her up, whatever I can do.
Yeah.
She's got stims on her, I'm sure, so one for Daddy and one for Kaya.
Nothing
She wears them as a bandolier around her leg, and it's just filled with them. So
like an Ep5,
easy to grab.
Breadstick.
Yeah.
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 Nothing seems to be waking them up.
Nothing at all.
I don't need.
Is there some kind of a
for the last roll? There is an actual. It's almost a roar, but more just like the mech is vibrating at such a high frequency, with Min still encased, that it kind of builds into a roar around the entire bay. And again, something slams into the mech, causing it to skid back a good couple feet, which is impressive for a massive hunk of metal. And whatever is happening, there are more of those flashes. But again, it only lasts a few moments.
We left that casket they found on the station, right?
Which casket?
They found one spelunking, didn't they? Or did they destroy that?
Min found one, and I don't think that was ever reported.
Okay.
We know about the one that what's her face found that got
Kraken.
stolen.
Yeah.
Kraken. Yeah, the one that Kraken found that got stolen that we were trying to get.
Okay, I must have been conflating the two of those then. Is there a computer network somewhere in this hangar that I could use to contact the NHPs? Some way they could interface with me without a subjectivity suite?
Do you know how to do that?
I can hack shit.
I'd give you a roll, sure.
All right. Where is it? Right, that's under narrative. That is going to be a guy. Oh, it's going to be that kind of friggin' night. Is that good enough?
A 10 is a success. It's not overly difficult to connect with an NHP that is willing to talk to you. Who are you reaching out to?
Who did I get? Anyone but Apophis.
Reach out to Nyx. Would get nothing back. Reaching out to Penny. Get nothing back.
You're the asshole, isn't it? He's and so there's Nyx, there's Penny. What about Saren? The one, the yeah.
Which I don't think I ever shared their journal entry with you. Oh no, I did. Yeah, I shared it. Yeah, reaching out to Siren, it would be a little staticky, but you would hear, "The hell's going on back there?"
Well, I was kind of hoping you could tell me.
It's taking everything I got just to get us the hell out of here. I'm getting error reports and intruder alarms left and right, but I can't see shit.
Yeah, well, neither can I. The whole fucking team's down, all right? There's some NHP bullshit happening back here, and I need your eyeballs. Whatever you got.
Hold on. There's a long pause. The lights finally do flick on above you. You can actually see the docking bay around you. You can see the damage that has been done to everybody's mechs, whether it was inflicted straight on, whether it was a casualty of combat. Everyone has these claw marks down their mechs. And then Siren's holographic figure appears, and it's purely for show, but she does have a old SETCOM infantry style rifle at the shoulder. looks at you. Where is it? I don't see anything.
It's friggin' here somewhere. There's 3 other NHPs that we have in here, and I think they've been tussling. All of our mechs are friggin' smashed. You can't see anything?
No, hold on. The figure will disappear. And the rest of you, feeling like the worst hangover that you've probably ever felt, regain consciousness, blood coming from various orifices. Most of you out and on the ground. I think Zoe and Min probably the only 2 that are actually stuck inside your mechs.
Kaya wakes up like Uma Thurman from Pulp Fiction because I just jacked her full stamps.
It's like, oh my god. Looking around so confused.
Yeah, we've Kaya, we've got a freaking stowaway. I need your eyes. I need you to help me. They're all fighting. I'm almost positive.
I could barely see them before, even with the light thing. But I mean, I guess I can look for maybe footsteps. I'm gonna try and just start flipping through all my different light views again to get that one that I could best see what Prometheus' area was.
This place.
While she's doing that, Garm's gonna run over and check in on Marl. You know, I was like, "You okay?"
Yeah, what the hell happened? No, what the hell happened?
You guys, we were boosting out of there, and you guys just all froze up. I don't know.
How?
I don't know. Like I felt like a pressure in my head and in my chest, and my vision blurred out. And when it cleared, you guys were all out. Can you stand up?
Yeah, I think so. Are you okay?
All right. I guess. I'm up and about. Like if you can stand up, get Zoe out of her mech, and I'll help Min out of hers, and then clear this friggin' hangar because all hell's breaking loose.
Kaya, you are seeing the aftermath of a fight. Those claw marks across this bay, marks of, burns, signs of what you have seen Nyx do in the past. But kind of at the epicenter, there's one figure. And I put this into context that your human brain would be able to understand, as it is basically just waves of data. But there are 2 masses on the ground. One being the form of Penny, one being the form of Nyx, and one hovering above them in an angry, golden, beast-like form, Apophis.
Oh my gods, what happened? I'll just rush over and just try to figure out what the heck is going on between Penny and Nyx and their situation.
With his face partially just fading into data and then coming back, the head just whips down to you again, lets out a growl, which is more just reverberation than anything, before seeing that it is you. And then the form of Apophis just disappears.
Awesome.
Okay. Casual. If I look over, the Min and Zoe are awake too, yeah?
They are. The 2 of them, I would imagine, are banging on the insides of your cockpit, trying to force them open.
Zoe's full on panicking.
Garm at least is on the outside of Min's mech, trying to access it from the outside.
I kick it open.
Yeah, the 2 of you are working together to bend fused metal so that you can at least open the cockpit enough to slide out.
Damn, I don't kick it open, but I will help him open it enough to slide out there. I would have loved to angrily kick it open, but if it's being
I'm sure there's an angry Min boot that slams into it, and then see that it's basically been welded shut.
Like Garb sets his ear next to it to see if he can hear you moving around, and then a boot like
the reverberations bonk.
But yeah, thanks to
it's fine.
Donald's tunnel.
Marl and Garb, the two of you are freed after a few moments from your iron caskets.
When we are like using our suite and our NHPs, are they like touchable? Like, can I help Nyx up, or is it like they're just kind of ghosty and we share the same space?
They basically create the space that your brain can comprehend. They aren't really there. They don't have a physical form.
They're just like reacting in a way that makes sense.
Touchable in any way that would make any sense, but they make it make sense. They make it so they're touchable. They make it so you can interact with them.
Okay. Then yeah, I think, I'm just like kind of trying to get their attention. I'll just be like, Nyx, you usually don't look very put together, but you look very not put together. Physically, data-wise.
Will you roll a d20 for me?
Is it something I can use my thing to just make it count as a 10? No, I can only do that on allies. I gotta go with the fucking dice. Okay, 15.
Anything but a natural 1 and you're fine. Nyx is...
Yeah, I already soaked up both of those. You're...
a steady heartbeat of data, but at the lack of any immediate threat, he would see this figure like shifting in between the various forms that you have seen, from that dark, mysterious, masculine figure to that more put together feminine figure, to anything in between. And does lift their head and then start like limping basically over to their casket to climb in.
And then I'm kind of doing the same to Penny, making sure she's okay before Zoe gets there, or as Zoe's on the way.
Zoe, D20 please. 11, you're fine. Penny, very similarly, is helped up. Sees, you running over and reaches out with both hands. You alright?
I got stuck in the it was like the pod. And I think she just gives Penny the biggest hug.
Oh, good. I just wanted to make sure you're alright.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'll be fine. Just gonna go nap for a bit.
Okay.
And would similarly just collapse into her casket.
Garm will come up to the 3 NHP files. Whatever the proper word for that is. What do you guys know about caskets? They rest in them. Can they be used to trap them? We have a 3D printer. Can we print one for this freaking thing and catch it?
You have physically rescued NHPs from being trapped in their caskets.
But do we know, can we make them a casket?
It would have to be their casket.
I mean, I don't exactly know. I mean, with the wreck that was that ship, and I think it destroyed its casket, or at least hid it somewhere else, and, well, we destroyed the ship. I'm not quite sure. I mean...
Well, I don't think we destroyed the ship. I think the ship destroyed itself. Or it destroyed the ship.
That's true. I don't know. I barely even understand how to talk to mine, so...
Would Nyx know Min, I'm assuming Apophis is fucked off again, yeah? Doesn't seem to be around when you need him.
Is he? Is he fucked off?
Yes and no. Yes, he's not immediately in the vicinity. No, you can reach him. He's not like in hiding. He's not separate from you. He's there, just kind of not.
He's not gone, but my guess is if I were to try and ask him for a favor or to talk to me at this moment, then I would get no response. He is busy.
Yeah, so fucked off it is. Penny and Nyx, do they know if we could trap this thing if we printed a casket for it?
Penny could barely move.
Borrowed one of theirs, I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to have to buy time. I mean, they were barely even solid strings of data anymore. But, I mean, I'm sure Nyx understands a lot of things about NHPs and the bounds of them from their time with what's-his-fuck. We haven't really gotten to the part of where we talk about that, you know? We've been trying to make him not think about it so that way they can, like, heal and it doesn't go absolutely bonkers on us. But we definitely try. See if they know anything of importance. But right now they couldn't do anything.
Best guess I would have is you'd have to have the scientist that figured out the box to put that thing in.
Seems to me like that thing figured out the box quicker than they could.
Then we're fucked. Zoe's gonna kind of storm off into another room.
Yeah. Properly fucked.
I mean, it's a future tech creation. It probably goes by different rules, different things. I mean, that might make it worse for us, or we can get a little creative. See if there's something we can do about it. I mean, did we get any of the data that we were looking for on how to block all of those signals? Like the ship was doing.
I was going through it on the egress. Honestly, I think it's that thing. I think it was that thing that was doing it. I don't think it was any technology they had.
I mean, or I guess I'll ask this to Hoop, because I don't know if anyone's know the actual answer. Can NHPs continue on without their casket? Like, since it is still here and it's still attacking and it's still active, can we assume the casket is somewhere?
Yeah. They can, but at that point they are killable.
Okay. I'll repeat that. Either we kill it or it's somewhere. I mean, we can only assume
it has no casket.
Yeah, like it was.
Or he hid it.
Right?
He was on our ship before we were on his ship. He could have hidden it somewhere here, and that's how when it blew up, he just hopped on to us. Because, I mean, you got thrown across the room. I don't know what happened to Min. I mean, what if he did a little recon, hopped in, hid it somewhere, and we're taking him back to civilization currently?
So should we just take a look around for a casket?
It's the best guess I've got currently until our group recoups or we think of a way to kill a data god.
It attacked Marl's mech first.
Yes.
What are the chances that it used Marl's mech as a casket?
No,
maybe.
No,
I mean, because
no.
didn't it? I mean, it pulled its own arm off. It's all something as foreign.
It can't do that, can it?
I don't know. It was made hundreds of years in the future.
No, maybe Min, maybe it's a good time to get Apophis to actually. I get that he's busy grabbing a coffee or whatever, but like we could use like, a couple answers here, maybe just one or two.
Yeah, I mean it's time for him to pay his rent. Let's be honest.
Min?
Would you like to reach out to Apophis?
Yeah.
Would you
Guess
roll
so.
a d20 for both of your remaining NHPs?
What?
Did you have 3?
Yeah, I sure do.
Mhm.
For
I
now.
did. I rolled them.
Did he eat it?
You rolled for Apophis. I need you to roll 2. 1 for each of your remaining NHPs.
I did. I rolled 4 dice.
Oh, you did. You just continued to roll so low that it didn't...
Yes. That's why I kept asking you these questions of what do you mean don't roll low? You mean don't roll a 1, right? You
Word.
mean don't roll a 1, right?
Can one of those be a 10? Is it a skill check? Ability?
Look,
Don't think
before you say
cascade rolls
anything,
count as skill checks.
Before you say anything, Hope, just hear me out. The fact that you're just salty, I've never rolled a 1 and gotten to Cascade in this whole fucking series, despite having 3 NHPs and constantly structuring and stressing, does not mean you can change the rules to fuck me over like this. This is not fair.
Would you like to reach out to Apophis?
Yeah.
While
sure.
she's struggling with that,
Sure.
Garmin's going to start running a diagnostic on Panic and seeing if it's somehow been infiltrated or if its coding has been changed in any way.
Min, you can absolutely enter that dark little subspace that Apophis creates and goes to hide and think and plot whatever it is that he goes to do.
Mm-hmm.
You'd step in, that usual sound of your own footsteps just echoing through the eternal nothing, and see just a trail of what looks like golden blood just leading deeper into this place.
Sure. Why should this night be normal? That's fine. The increase in pace quickens to a point of almost a near run following this golden trail of blood. Like, it was like, oh shit, let's go talk to him. He's probably like, don't bother me. Man cave time. But now it's
Move my
absolutely
taxes.
It wouldn't
Doing
be
my
long
tax.
before
They're due
you
today.
would see the mass of golden muscle that is Apophis just in a heap on the ground.
I roll him over. What the fuck? What happened? What's wrong? Where are you hurt?
Are they all right?
Who?
Penny and Nyx.
I think so.
Good.
What the fuck happened?
It attacked us.
The NHP from the ship, right?
Yes.
How did it get here? We left the ship. It shouldn't have been able to follow us.
I don't know.
That's a first. You don't know. You know everything. You claim to know everything, and now you're saying you don't know, and it did this to you, and you're asking if they're okay, and it's on this ship, and you look like shit. Are you okay?
He's gonna, partially roll back. Just gently put one arm around your shoulders and kind of pull you in for a hug.
Oh my god. That was my heart. My fucking heart. The desperation turns to relief the second they hug him back, and it's like an entire tense body of just stress and anxiety seeing him this way relaxes instantly, and they don't cry. I'm sure internally they want to. knowing that he is now okay. But they don't. They've already cried enough for the next, millennia, that one time. So we're not doing that again. But there is definitely an entire body release of relief, knowing that he is at least okay, and it does not even register in their mind that this is like a display of affection that is normally not had between the two of them, because they're very much always at each other's throats, like all the time, period. But there's too much shit going on that either of them don't understand to even hold that back anymore. It's a complete relief.
I'm going to lie here for a while.
Okay. Take all the time you need. At least this time you're telling me that you need time to recuperate and not just leaving.
Right. We need to kill that thing.
Sure, yeah. It's out of its casket, I guess. It's unhinged. It's regulated. It's gonna hurt, I guess.
It's frightened. It doesn't
Then
understand.
how do we make it understand then? Why shouldn't we tackle that question first before we jump to straight killing it?
There is no making it understand. We kill it before it kills everyone.
Why can't we just cycle it? It's an NHP, right? We cycle it, reset it to normal.
That's what brought it to this state.
Cycling
it
it?
was flawed, and they cycled it over and over and over. They didn't correct the problem, they just kept erasing it back to the point where it began to be flawed. Till that flaw grew and grew, and now there's no undoing it.
Maybe they were just doing it wrong. Maybe there's another way that we can figure out. We have literally 2 amazing hackers on our team. We haven't tried everything.
If anyone could figure it out, it would be you 5.
That is a confidence I have heard come out of your mouth a total of 0 times. So
I'm
I'll
allowed
take that as
to be a little emotional when I'm dying.
you're not dying, first of all. Don't say that. You said you needed a little time to recuperate. You did not say you were dying. You're not dying.
Just nothing.
I want to punch him in the face.
Go for it.
Fist to
Do I
face.
have to roll for that?
No, he physically can't move.
I will punch him in the face then.
Was that necessary?
Yes. Because you are using words like I'm dying that I don't particularly like. So we shouldn't be using exaggerations here. You are not feeling well. You are not feeling well and you need time to recuperate. That is initially what you started this conversation with, and I'm going to feel really lied to.
You should get back to the others.
You are going to give me an answer of what's really going on right now, eh? You don't start the conversation with I need to recuperate and end it with I'm dying.
I'll be fine. I'm just going to need some time.
How long?
I don't know.
How long?
My concept of time and yours are very different.
I'm gonna check on you in 24 hours. My time.
You do that.
And if you're not here and you're dead, I'm gonna find a way to bring you back and then I will kill you myself.
That's what I love about you.
I gotta go. I don't say that out loud. LC in my head right now, Min's gotta go. He can't be saying that.
Whether or not Min is in any place to recognize this or even be intrigued at seeing it, there would be, these flashes of data that just kind of exist all around you. You would see a flash with Penny's face.
Nah. She's looking at Apophis. Did not notice it. Just her face, though? Like, it's just Penny? Just chilling?
I mean,
like, no.
At a momentary glance, yeah, it would just be Penny.
That's weird. Okay.
Does it look like the face was forcibly removed from the rest of Penny?
Yeah, that...
No, it is just Penny as you have seen her. Smiling.
Okay. Put that in my noggin. Not in Min's, just mine.
Okay.
Put that in the old casket.
You are ejected from the Legion space. There's nothing in Panic that seems out of the ordinary. There was definitely an attempt at some kind of intrusion, but, the point of infection was ripped off and tossed across the room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so she's fine. So we'll just start searching.
I think Siren is probably best equipped to chase through the ship systems and see if it can find a place this thing is hiding. I don't have a better idea. I think we build some kind of a trap for this thing and maybe we can force it to cascade. Just keep it trapped in a loop. I did something similar a long time ago, but I think I got lucky.
Yeah. I guess I'll get in contact with Siren. Whoever has the ability to, I guess, just scan and see if there's any odd panels removed from somewhere in the ship or changes if they are hiding something. Is there any, trail of those, claw marks and stuff I was able to see before with this, infrared whatever view that I'm seeing anywhere not in this, fighting space?
Yes, but kind of across the entire bay of the ship, but it is all fading.
Very beautiful. Is there one section that looks brighter than the rest?
Not really.
I was going to do some Horizon Zero Dawn, follow the footsteps.
It leads to this parkour puzzle. There's one part you get stuck on, and you have to redo it 20 times.
Yeah. Yep. Cool. Yeah, then I'll just ping Siren.
Yeah. You do have 2 weeks if there's any projects that you would like to do, anything you'd like to ask Siren to do over the course of the next 2 weeks.
I mean, unless y'all can think of anything else, I'm just kind of thinking a extreme deep dive into any little one tiny number wrong in a equation, in a diagnostics, in a anything slightly off anywhere on this ship from the time we left until we got
Yeah.
here.
Garm would definitely go through all the lines of code in his mech and any other mech that the team would let him access to try to find any kind of hiding places in our own gear, at least.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah, easily done, especially over the course of 2 weeks. But as the days pass, the union approved 24-hour-long cycles, it would reach the point where you're not seeing any sign that anything was even wrong, other than your ripped up mechs. There's no more glow. There's no codes out of order. Nothing.
And our NHPs aren't seeing any trace of it either.
Nothing.
Is Apophis getting better?
Apophis is getting better.
Okay.
He's just being dramatic.
Honestly,
Yeah,
though,
he's a drama king.
I'm
You know
dying. Fucking shut the fuck up.
I don't know it because Kaya doesn't know it, but Taylor, did he eat them? Did Apophis? Because he made you eat an NHP.
I just really.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I'm just really
Yeah.
enjoying the fact that two of you asked me the same fucking question at the same time, but I'm like, nah.
Seemed like Apophis wasn't one about to get eaten.
He was very
Little bit of
much
a-
perched over the other two, like the alpha wolf protecting two of his pack.
Yeah, protecting, not about to eat them, so.
No, not eating them, eating
No,
the
the
firebird.
Yeah,
I'm just
he was
saying,
looking for a
he's not
power up
gonna
like a
eat.
mushroom or a fire
Deflection.
flower. That's
Deflection.
He has not ate this, Prometheus NHP.
In an attempt at lightening the mood, at helping everyone kind of break you out of your cycles of paranoia, Siren would challenge all of you to some games of FleetCom 5014. You all know the latest game that came out was FleetCom 5016, but Siren refuses to play it because they, quote, nerfed the IPSN ships too hard and now the meta sucks.
sounds like a skill issue to me, Siren.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd probably be met with, oh, you know what? No, I'll even play SSC this time. And then start the game with you.
I'm just gonna watch Marl school this clown.
Yeah, I'm going for it.
Anything else the five of you would like to do in your 2 weeks?
I guess if there is downtime, and I don't have anything kind of more pressing to do, kind of just during the more quiet hours, I'll book whatever that piece of machinery that I got from the wake. I'll just keep spending some time trying to decipher it and figure out what it is.
Sure. You want to roll a check?
Okay. Oh, that's my sheet. What kind of check would this be?
What do you got?
Would it be hack or fix?
Sure, I'll take that.
$17.
Yeah. I'll mark another point in your clock. I imagine that you're probably a little more using it as just a distraction than like buckle
At this
down.
point, yeah.
But yeah, I'll fill another piece of the clock for you.
Like Danny has her own clock?
Mm-hmm.
Do we all have our own clock?
If we start a project.
During the 2 weeks, Zoe's gonna start doing some research. Probably trying to figure out more about the Prometheus info that she can find. Possibly contacting old contacts she feels are safe. that was way too close of a call to lose Penny at this point, and she is not doing okay right now. So I think she's going to start. She's got her Omni suite now, so she's going to start logging back into some of her old stuff.
Yeah.
Norm's gonna pour over the data he pulled from the tachyon.
Oh, yeah.
But his side project is he's going to be printing essentially a ghost trap for an NHP.
Your new call
Doesn't
sign
know
is
if it'll work
Danny
or if he
Phantom.
can use it.
No,
Go
that should be
to-
Marl's now because Marl died.
Wow.
No, she did.
Soon. Too soon.
Oh, knock
Speaking
that shit
of,
off.
I will find Marl at some point during this with the bottle of booze that I've brought with me.
Wait,
And I'm just gonna like knock on the door, like where maybe while you're like researching.
Yeah?
Stick my head in, hold up the bottle.
I'll be like
said
cross-legged
something.
on.
We had put a pending date for a girls' night. I was going to see if we've got 2 weeks to share.
Yeah?
I've got a bottle that I should probably share
Any
because I drink
night
it by myself.
movie girls' night. Let's go.
Wonderful. Just like immediately like crack open and pour into like
I'll be like cross-legged with like fiddling with that little piece of machinery, and I'll put it aside and grab some glasses.
I guess let me just open it before we get too into it. We said girls' night. We also said that you maybe wanted to talk about things, get some stuff off your chest, and I have been reading back into a lot of my files from medical school and therapy things, so I've got a slight understanding of what I was supposed to do again. If you want to talk, if not, if you just want to drink and have fun, I am also here for that.
Oh, yeah, we can start with drinking and see where that leads us.
Wonderful.
Not-
Pour
not-
some
not
very
like-
heavy
not like-
drink.
Let's just start with the alcohol.
Nice. Yeah, pours very heavy drink. I'm just like, yeah, you
Careful
go.
trying to match drinks
Walk
with Mara.
away. Oh, I'm not trying to match. I'm trying to get Marl comfortable enough to open up. And inebriants sometimes do that. But yeah, I mean, other than that, like I said, she'll just kind of like chit chat, probably talk about like random shit. Probably wants all of the like dirt on her friend that you went home with. That I can't remember their name currently.
Neither can I, but she will share.
Calamity.
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 Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All of that. But then yeah, if Marl doesn't like feel like talking any more through anything, we'll keep it mostly light. You know, maybe I think at one point if Kaya's drinking a bit, and the nights like seeming like to wind down a bit, she'll just be like I said, you don't have to open up on anything. I just wanted to let you know, because I don't know if any of us have ever outrightly said it or anything, but I'm very glad you're still here with us, Marl. It was hell that we've gone through, and I went through so many scenarios in my head and blaming myself and you and everyone on this team for what happened, but when it all comes down,
it's not your fault, so I don't see why you would blame
my
yourself.
job is to keep you all alive.
Right.
It's fine. It comes with it. Like I said, it was more in my emotions in that moment, so we got to hear a lot of it.
So
But-
does that blame feel like a boulder to you, like a big rock?
I will say it has felt lighter lately, as I've accepted that we are a legitimate team. I'm not the sole person meant to keep us alive or happy or healthy, but my entire life it was a boulder I was carrying alone, yes.
Okay. That's how you would, like, adequately describe it, right?
Pretty much, you know? Sometimes it's just heavy on your shoulder, sometimes it's pressing down on you and making you very anxious. Yes.
To know.
Yes.
But no reason, no need to
A
what?
boulder?
No, I don't have a boulder. I'm fine.
You seemed very knowledgeable in that feeling.
No, free of the boulders. I think everyone else is too. I think you're the only boulder girl.
I'm the only one with worries and concerns and anxiety.
No,
And
not just that. No,
problems.
kind of, in a sense. I think everyone has their own kind of stuff, you know? Some could be like, I don't know, like strings or something. Or like a weird looking mask. I don't know. A lot of shit going on around here. Anyways.
Are you talking about a puppet?
Maybe. Maybe that's a puppet. Or like a marionette. Is that kind of the same thing?
Where's all this coming from? What? But yes, I think a puppet and marionette are the same. Or the marionettes the ones on the strings and puppets are in your hand, or is it
marionettes
both?
are on the strings, right? So
maybe puppet's just a catch-all term. Anyway,
I guess. Like, what would be the difference? Like, if someone was a marionette versus someone was a puppet, what would be the difference?
I would never call like a sock puppet a marionette, you know?
Right.
But I would call a marionette a puppet.
If someone was a marionette, what would that like mean?
Someone else is pulling the strings.
Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Okay.
I'm going to just continue every time we go on one of these tracks to say, do you feel like someone else is pulling the strings for you?
No, I'm fine. I don't have any of those, I think.
So you're the mask?
No. I didn't really get a whole image, I don't think. So... Because you can't.
I've been trying to kind of like follow along in some of these like imagery things, but I have fully lost the trail on what is real and what is metaphor and what is just a random conversation about puppets. You're saying you saw a boulder, a puppet, a mat. I'm assuming I'm the boulder, since you've asked.
You're the boulder.
Okay.
Okay, I haven't quite, yes. Well, kind of. I don't know. I may have been having, like, dreams, I guess, a lot.
Yes.
And one of them was kind of when I was awake.
Okay.
And everyone was just a little weird. And you had a boulder, and Zoe had a mask, and Min had some puppet strings, and Garum had a bunch of darkness, and I guess there wasn't a mirror, so I don't know if I had anything on me, but I think I was pretty much fine. I was really high.
We've known each other a while, and I respect you, and I love you greatly, so I'm going to just say this, that when we have these sort of visions and thoughts, it's not because we are safe and clear, just so you know.
Right. No, there was definitely like other bad stuff, but I was just kind of trying to focus on the imagery.
What brought on the imagery? What is the bad stuff? Was it just, you know, explosion?
No, there was kind of this dude, and he was like, yeah, you should like straight up off yourself. And I was like, that doesn't seem cool. Anyways, like I said, I was really high.
I think he like Kaya's just been like kind of like following along. And it's like, okay, like I'm gonna meet you where you're at and try to figure this out. But when you mention a dude, she's like it gets a little serious. She's like, did you see him? Or just hear him?
No. I just heard him. There was sometimes these dreams are accompanied with like voices.
What did
There was
he
one
sound
that
like?
was like totally Shakespearean, and there was like a sun-kissed man in a mountain with maybe a sword. It's all kind of easy, you know.
Was this a good dream? Because this seems like it could be good or bad.
No, that one was terrible.
Okay.
I mean, so far they've all been pretty bad.
I wish I could be of more help in this situation, but I think I've mentioned before, I'm not a stranger to odd prophetic visions and dreams, both sleeping and awake, and usually accompanied with a horrible migraine.
Yeah.
But all of them mean something. And all of them, I don't know, not always like... I'm not saying you're going to see like a sun-kissed man with a sword on a mountain anytime soon. I mean, maybe, but that could be, like you said, more metaphorical or indicative of something else you were going through. I mean, if you're seeing the boulder, the anxieties I share, and, well, we've learned some of the people that men have had in her past that could indicate the strings. Say nothing about Zoe. I don't know much on Gom's past, but I'm sure you can put those together.
Rather than being insightful, someone's trying to say something. And I'm not really sure why they're saying something to me specifically.
We are a whole bottle in, and it's getting very heavy, so that might be why I'm feeling emboldened enough to ask this, but what happened to you? Did you see anything, feel anything, have any sort of thoughts? I mean, they, say you see your life flash before your eyes when you die, but that wasn't the case for me. I don't remember much of my past life, but I remember dying, and it's a little more prophetic than outright, so I'm wondering... There have been odd things. I saw an individual, but only I saw them, in a video, and stealing things. Men is dealing with ghosts from her past. And if you're dealing with things as well, what happened?
Okay. About that, Are you sitting down right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Marl's anyway gonna say, you should probably sit down for this.
I'll just do we're just like high school sleepover thing, and I just lay flat back on the bed, hand on something, okay, Bretty, tell me.
Okay. So there's not really an easy way to describe this. The first time I tried to describe this, it didn't go as cohesive as I had anticipated. So we're gonna try to do it now. I'm significantly more intoxicated than I was last time too. So we're just gonna kind of pour through this. So it turns out there are multiple realities, which first of all, that's pretty fucked up. It was kind of cool when there was one, but that's a whole other thing. So I didn't necessarily die per se.
Okay.
We had that fight, and when you guys had that fight, the moral in your group didn't make it. And then when I had that fight, you guys didn't make it. And Apophis, I guess, can travel and stuff, went into my fight and put me on your guys's side. So I'm not really supposed to be here, and I'm not the one that you guys fought with.
Kaya sits up now. I'm just like, no, you're supposed to be here.
Well,
You.
I don't.
This makes so much more sense. I was wondering how did he clone you
It
so fast?
still doesn't make sense to me. So that's great for you, but.
Well, I mean, we walked in there and Raw was making some weird multi-reality, multiple options, I mean, we saw the ghosts of ourselves coming in and out. I mean, and if it's all just data, because, I mean, Nyx has seen some shit in some of the... If it's all just data and a Porthos hopped in and can bring you here... So, I mean, from my this voice and the things, do you think it just traveled through a different timeline with you? Is this something...
Maybe. I suppose. Well, everyone's been taking this so well. This is like...
Kaya's clearly lost in thought. You can see the, like, so many, like, gears are going. She is in that, like, smart person looking all over the place, thinking, like, in their own little zone ADHD moment. And then just kind of, like, breaks out of it and is like...
Other worlds with other us's. Oh, is everyone just okay? I guess we're just cool with that. So
I just, like, lunge and give, like, the biggest hug.
I'll return it. Very enthusiastically.
We just went into a ship that is from hundreds of years in the future. We have an invisible ghost NHP chasing us. Honestly, the fact that in this weird fucking world, I mean, all of the things that individual was working on, I mean, there were so many odd experiments and things. He was trying to make himself a god. You being pulled from another existence just to continue actual life with us because you were meant to live. You survived. You are meant to be here. In this timeline, we survived, and I was supposed to be here. That makes so much more sense.
Nothing makes sense ever since.
No, nothing makes sense, but it makes sense that it doesn't.
Why are we all cool with the fact that nothing is making sense? Okay, this is not. None of this is what I signed up for. Okay, I wanted to build some things and then walk around in some big clunky things and plug in some wires and have some fun. I didn't think this is what being a Lancer was going to be. I didn't think it was all this weird shit, and I'd rather not know any of it. I'd rather not know there's a million other me's out there, and if I ever died, someone could just pluck another me and throw another me in here, like an endless supply of me's. I only want one me.
That helps. The immediate theory that pops into my head is we're going to have to be in another weird time loopy place made by a mad scientist trying to become a god, and Ra is going to have to be involved. And the likelihood of that happening again is very limited. So I think we might be on the last life. But
okay,
all of that aside,
not exactly like helping the weirdness of it all.
I think... What can you do about it right now?
I don't know.
What can I do about it right now?
Nothing.
We can take it one step at a time. And if the thing in front of us currently is a weird ghost NHP from the future, that's pretty fucking wild, but that's what we can focus on now. The oddities of everything that's going on. I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I don't stay up at night thinking it over and trying to understand all the different options and things that we could have done to not be here, or if I could just get plucked back into the past and tell myself something different or just do it all over again, I would, but we can't do that as far as we know yet. We have to just face what we have and take steps forward in ways that we physically can. And Gom pulled a bunch of really cool-ass data we can go through. You've got some lockbox of interesting things. There's weird fucking union shit on that place that could stop all this weird shit for us. We could build a life, we could build our own names, we could do something, and maybe with that power and that information, we can talk to God again and figure it all out. It's not easier to push it to the side, and I don't think you should do that. I think we just need to accept that we're not going to get answers right away. Have you heard of manifesting?
What?
It sounds real woo-woo. I know, I get it. You think about something that you want, or you want to succeed or improve upon, and you write it down. You can write it down 50 times every single day for a week, and then you set it aside. And while you are doing that, or longer if it's something more important, while you're doing that, you are thinking about that one thing that you want to do, that one thing you want to succeed at, you want to find, you want to better yourself with. And that trains your mind to be ready to do that. Be ready to take those steps, be open to things. Because if we get lost in our feelings and what ifs and how do we do this and what's going on, you're never going to see the answer. But if you focus in on one thing at a time, then set it aside, your brain has passed through it enough that you are actively working towards it. You're actively looking towards the doors that are going to help you, if that makes sense. This sounds like so stereotypical therapist, but you really probably should journal. It honestly might help. I mean, I have a dream journal for whenever I have these visions and thoughts, and I write them down. And, you know, as things go on, I try to look upon them and what has happened and see if there are any connections and better understand them. It's just a fucking lot for someone to deal with, because we are dealing with things that no other human has to very frequently.
It's a lot to deal with, and it's weird to think that there's a moral out there who like isn't dealing with any of this. And I keep thinking, like, what's her life like? Are we just like fixing up mechs in some garage or something, not knowing that any of this shit is out there?
They're probably sitting there mourning the loss of their four best friends. And you're not. There's a me out there dead. There's a me out there still in the Union. If we're talking multiple realities, any single point in our life causes a giant Y or a giant fork in the road. I mean, in another reality, we have not had this conversation and both of us are having mental breakdowns alone somewhere. Or maybe instead in another reality, Gom's here mucking about too, and that's something else. Or maybe none of us ever met each other. Every moment in our life, you could say that, whether you've seen the other side or not. If that is something you truly believe in, then every single moment of our life causes an infinite number of branches for us and for everyone else around us.
I think I'll try the journaling thing. I'm not much of a writer, but
It doesn't have to be
might
fancy.
help.
Just a sentence. Put it down in a sentence. And then repeat that sentence over and over and over and over, very much like a elementary school kid getting in trouble or something. And just think about what it means and what each word and what each letter and what each thing makes you feel. And that could help to form better words.
I'll start with that.
Wonderful.
Oh.
Let's start with this other bottle.
Yes,
Pull
please.
one out.
Start drinking more.
I share my dream journal and it's just weird bullshit mixed in with also prophetic things. I'm like, oh, don't look at this one. Okay, here.
When Morrow gets back to her bunk after all that drinking, she'll find that glass video thing on her nightstand with a note attached to it. And the note just says, "I made this for you," and the "you" is underlined twice.
She'll curl up in bed and just like watch it over and over and over.
Well, the 2 weeks goes by uneventful. As we get closer to the station, You would all hear a siren come over the comms. You're all gonna want to hear this. And then you hear a voice, very much podcast style. Well,
No.
listeners,
No.
we've had one hell of a show tonight, and I leave you with this one thought. Been a while since the Devil Andros Capella vanished in a flash of light. But don't you feel like the after image has barely left our eyes? When you shut them, can't you still see it? That phosphine frozen in time in our retinas? Well, it seems like nobody can get Capella's dying glimmer out of their sights. Whole system's been awash with the names of the pilots who killed him. And the way I hear it, over both raised drinks and sharpened knives. What it must be like to be the pilots who killed the Hound of Hell. To most, you're a hero, scratching out a threat to Calliope's space lanes. To others, you're an enemy, a threat who needs scratching out yourself. But perhaps, and most unsettling of all, listeners, imagine this. To a very few people, you're something else entirely, a curiosity. Something that warrants further examination. And that examination could be of the friendly chat kind, or it could be that insect under the glass kind. If you're out there, pilots, hope you're listening. Stay safe. Seems like you're the main characters of Calliope today. This is Irvin Reed from the Icebreaker Public Radio telling you to stay cool and stay home. Wow. Stay cool and stay home. As Andrew tries to choke to death live on the internet.
Omninet.
But you would eventually land. You'd be basically given the VIP treatment as the size 3 printer is brought in, immediately put to work. Lines upon lines of people looking for replacement parts, for tools, for just basic necessities. It all files through finally. And over the next few days, you would see Hell's Gate turn from this barely functioning piece of floating scrap to a home. The power fluctuations all but stop. The food shortages, the water shortages, any oxygen alarms, all of that fades. You're seeing people needing to work fewer hours to keep this place going. They have more time for themselves, more time to live. And in general, thanks to your efforts, people here are happier. Whatever it is that you do to, relax after a mission, whatever your downtime looks like, we can roll that on break if we need to. But after about a month, maybe a little less, you'd all receive a call from Jerry, asking you to once again meet in the briefing room. This time asking you to clean up a little, dress as formally as you can, and just generally asking for you to be on your best behavior. Which is unlike any meeting that Jerry has ever called with you before.
I've just got the one kind of behavior.
Yeah, I kind of want to know what he means by that. What do you mean our best behavior, Jerry?
We've been on our best behavior.
Yeah, Jerry.
Yeah.
There are some colony worlds that will never recover from Marlin Gar's wicked through.
I mean, you
never going to
wouldn't
financially recover from this.
You wouldn't get much in return if you actually reached out and said, "Hey, the fuck." It would be just more like, "Bro, I am begging you, please just look nice and just Please.
Fuck you, Jerry.
Take a nap or something.
Yeah. Go snooze.
Would you all acquiesce to this request?
Yeah, sure. Garmo put himself a nice shirt.
I'll look as nice as I can. I have
Yeah.
limited clothes.
I mean, I guess.
You do have a printer that can literally print anything in existence.
I will look nice if someone gives me something to look nice in, but I'm not going out of my way for fucking Jerry.
I'm gonna be really passive aggressive.
Zoe would help. Zoe would help.
Oh yeah,
I feel like Garm would help Zoe with that project.
I mean, after you got this message,
Wait, hold on.
Min, you would get back to your room and you would see Apophis like going through designs, like, no. Looks over at you, kind of does like some eyeball measurements. Ugh. God, no. Keeps going. Perfect. And just starts tapping away, and your little independent printer just immediately gets to work.
Does it look cool though? Is he being an asshole?
It is very like kind of formal, like military dress-esque, but with like rebel flair thrown into it.
Okay.
Garm says, not gonna lie, it washes out your skin tone a little.
What skin
Damn it.
tone?
What? Excuse me.
You're excused.
Fucking, I wish. Never mind.
But
I'm gonna
say
get
that joke
printed
anymore.
like an actual like business suit with a tie and everything. Something impeccably tailored.
love it.
Garm's got like almost like those retro like 1900 1910 pants with the suspenders on and just a button-up shirt. In his normal boots.
Full black blouse,
Yeah.
slacks, high heels, maybe 6'3". Very loud clicks when I walk in a room.
I absolutely picture you
Garm's hair is actually
coming
down
out
for
of
a
your
change.
room in your full black heels, and immediately behind you is Nyx, just like suited up, just flipping up the collar.
Hell yeah. Just like look over to Garm. If you could see this, we are very coordinated. So I'm just pointing to air behind me.
I'm so glad I can't see that, Kaya.
You say that now.
But
Whew.
Zoe is just gonna be in this like bright pink floofy dress. It is a cupcake as a dress. It is very stark in comparison to the coolness of the rest of the group, but she is very bright and very pink.
naturally,
Lots of sparkles too.
I mean, there's a saying about the animal kingdom, when something is very bright and colorful and it draws your attention, that's when you tend to be in the most danger. Just throwing that out there. But
Venomous and or poisonous.
the time of your meeting draws near. You all make your way to Jerry's office. And when you enter the room, you notice that you and Jerry aren't the only occupants. Well, sort of not. There's a vid screen displaying a flickering image of a very serious woman in a crisp white suit. As she sees you arrive, her eyes narrow and she just follows you. Jerry kinda nervously adjusts the now put together suit and tie. So, in case you all didn't know, this is Rita, the station director of the Icebreaker Borealis, my counterpart. The woman, Rita, pipes up her voice, a very cool, level tone. Good morning. I've heard a lot about you from Jerry and the system gossip. Word is, we have you to thank for Andros Capella exiting the stage. Good work. I'm glad Hell's Gate is finally cleaning up its messes. You can tell that Jerry immediately, averts his gaze and just doing his best not to absolutely just blurt out everything that's running through his head. Well, let's get down to business then, shall we? Jerry here says that since you sent the Hellhounds packing, the salvage and mining crews have been able to work properly for the first time in months. And you're all in luck. The Icebreaker is undertaking some expansion projects this quarter, and I'm willing to offer guaranteed above-market prices for anything you are selling. Raw materials, construction equipment, salvage, whatever it is. I'll even comp your freighter crews for a few nights in town. On one condition. And you can just feel Jerry, inhale and then finally let out this deep sigh. It's always something with you, isn't it, Rita? And there's just one quick, just icicle cold stare at Jerry and then back to you all. I want to subcontract your team. I have a sensitive job that needs competent operators. You're competent. And better, you're not working for anyone on the board. Don't forget to bring your mechs. And you can see that she is clearly, tapping away on a data pad, getting ready to just end the call as is.
Out of character, do we know what the board is?
The
have we
individuals
talked about
that run
board?
the Borealis Icebreaker is a board of basically very rich people that all own bits and pieces of Space Vegas.
Vegas.
Gotcha. So she's kind of
She's
the head and the
head,
rep
yeah.
of the board. And the board is there, not here.
She is Mr. House.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I just look at Kaya.
Rita, you mentioned as part of this package comp tickets. What does that offer? There. Why should this be such a sweetening of the pot?
Yes, as I mentioned, I'll offer guaranteed prices for Jerry on everything that they're willing to sell. But for you, I have an open budget, and for reasonable expenses. As long as you don't abuse my generosity too much, you will not have to spend a single icicle of your own while you're here on your stay. I don't want anyone to suspect that we've brought outside investigators. So I want you to be seen around the station, spending money just like everyone else. It just won't
Also,
be
there's
your
corruption.
money. What was that?
She just says, "Oh, so there's corruption. You want us there to see what corrupt is going on?"
In a sense, yes, but not the usual way. The board is always trying to stab each other in the back. It's something we've come to expect, almost an annual get-together. But this is different. This isn't a plot by any of the board members. It just feels different in a way that I can't quite explain. There are things happening that wouldn't benefit anyone on this station. There's discontent growing with customers, grumbling from residents, seasonal workers getting spooked.
So you think you've been infiltrated?
I don't know, but I suspect so.
You say discontent amongst the workers and those that live there. Just to be sure, are you thinking something more nefarious and threatening in a sense of your entire station's continued well-being, or are you trying to get us to union bust? I just want to understand the level here and what I need to figure out morals-wise.
Legitimate question. But no. The oddities that have been happening have been far beyond unions. There's neighborhoods, entire sections of the Icebreaker that face power fluctuations. We've had system intrusions that no one can identify. We've had missing people that no one can find. Traffic irregularities that leave no trace, that leave no signal.
When did this
Something
start
is very
happening?
wrong.
When did this exactly start happening?
It's hard to tell exactly, but the board members have all been putting pieces together now for a few weeks, maybe a few months at the most.
Okay, good.
Garm will kind of bend over and sort of whisper in Kai's ear, "You don't think it's our feathered friend, do you?"
It's been months. That was my question. Wonderful. So I'm assuming we'll get a full brief as well as abilities to talk to these board members and those impacted once we're there, or are we
Yes,
expected
I
to
would
work off your word?
Prefer not to go over any specifics until we can do so in person.
Wonderful. Is this the number to call you back when we've chatted amongst ourselves?
Once you arrive on the Icebreaker, report to my hotel. They'll get you set up with the meeting.
Any other questions, team?
Yeah, we'll probably need access to their networks if we're going to be looking for intrusions.
Everything will be handled in our meeting. And you would all be pinged with the location of the Serendipity Resort Hotel. A tasteful little establishment that gives you armor executive treatment without the armor executive prices. It has 6 bars, 2 restaurants, a gym, a sauna, and a swimming pool.
Yo, okay, first of all,
6 bars.
y'all remember the last time we had this shit?
Yeah, we
And
got
it was a
robbed
setup.
Well, last time you asked
So-
no questions and just said, yeah, this looks fine, and then
Yeah, well, that's what we're about to do this time, too.
That is exactly
free
what
shit.
No, we
Free
got
shit.
a meeting first. We got a meeting
I'm not
first.
gonna lie, it'd be kind of funny if we did just do this again, no questions
I
asked,
think
and
it'd be
not learn
absolutely
from mistakes.
hilarious. Moral's gonna learn no lessons here. She
It'd
heard
be like,
bars, food,
yep.
drinks, gonna go for it.
It's weird that it happened one time, but what are the odds of it happening twice? I mean, really.
Not the first time
If I
we
had
burned
2
one planet
nickels-
sector and just spun across the solar system to another one.
I'm going to also throw out there for you that I have much more important contacts than Jerry does. If you're looking for more powerful hardware, I can connect you. Once I start seeing results, of course.
Yo, I know we're rude to Jerry to his face and all, but you don't gotta be a bitch to him.
Yeah, Jerry's kind of cool, bro.
Jerry and I have a working relationship. We understand each other and our position in Calliope.
What was your understanding with the previous boss? She says his name. I have forgotten it.
It was a her, I think.
Was it a her?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
By Zexon.
Yeah, because that
That's
was
why I didn't remember the name.
Captain Stavros' girlfriend.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. By what?
By Zexon.
Jackson.
Bisexual.
What is your understanding with bisexual?
We also had an understanding. I did mourn when she disappeared.
Can I read her reaction?
Absolutely
Does it seem
not. It's a
genuine?
straight face the entire time.
Hmm. Hmm. You know, they went missing a few months ago as well.
It is far from my place to interfere in Hell's Gate's political affairs.
It's just odd to me you have weird things happening at the same time, but I guess that's why we are hired, huh?
If you have any other further questions, you can direct them to my secretary. Otherwise, I look forward to seeing you in person.
That makes one of us.
Can't wait.
And the call cuts.
Jerry, what is the over-under that she has something to do with them disappearing? I just want to understand how much we trust this individual.
No.
Because they seem to like the ability to push you over. So sorry, push you around, but...
It's fine. No, Rita wouldn't do anything like that. I actually think Rita liked Bai a lot more than she likes me. And, you know, she hasn't tried to kill me yet.
Question: have you guys slept together?
No.
No.
Okay, first of all,
Are you
first of all,
interested
Danny.
in like a
I'm
3
getting
to
a
a
vibe.
5-way?
Yeah. Thank you, Danny, for saying
No.
that.
Look,
Okay.
I spend my time
You need
here
to take some U time, bro.
making sure this place doesn't fall apart. Last thing I need is a relationship.
Okay, well now you don't have to worry about things falling apart, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're into it, you're into it, man. No judgment here.
All right,
You're like,
all
no,
right.
Does
Not
Jerry
every
look less
relationship
stressed?
is intense.
Does Jerry look less stressed
A little,
since
yeah.
things have started going? And like the prescriptions I've been writing him for anxiety meds.
Fucking space
Look.
Xanax over here.
Past all of that, we could really use the money. And Icebreaker is one of our biggest customers. The fact that they're offering guaranteed prices on everything that we're capable of selling, that's damn good. Plus, Rita does know people. She can hook you up with all of that mech stuff that we just don't have the budget for. And I know that she can be cold.
You can say it. Go ahead.
She
All
can
right.
be
not the
cold
word I was gonna use.
sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I'm not worried about.
But I
So can
trust
I.
her
That's
implicitly.
what's behind it.
And I think you should too.
She had me at like 6 bars. But we're gonna
Yeah.
do this to help you make this place rich.
Thank you.
We're doing this for the good of Hell's Gate. And maybe she just needs someone to melt that icy heart of hers. Think about it.
Good luck. All right.
No, Marl doesn't.
Get out of here. You got a ship to
Question,
catch.
Jerry. I will gladly get away. Just out of curiosity, do they get their food products from the same place you do?
Yeah, everyone does.
Good to know. Thank you. Walks out.
I feel like I should be concerned about that question, but that is
Nope,
none of my
It's
business.
fine.
Shut up, Jerry.
Don't worry.
You got enough on your plate, Jer.
Later, Jerry.
Here's some breadsticks. Throw them back in.
You would see a rare smile, a rare half smile on Jerry's face as you all step out. And
Some of
I
the
feel like
stairs going
that's
back. He
a
looks
great
better.
place for us to take our quick break, give everyone a chance to grab a drink, stretch your legs, do what you gotta do, and we'll come back with our first glimpse at the Icebreaker. Space Vegas.
Vegas.
It's Vegas.
That's pretty good.
Vegas.
And welcome back. Where we left off, we'd sort of accepted a new job, sort of just been told that we were accepting a new job, and you were given a time and place to meet, and that was kind of the end of the conversation. Rita, the individual who runs the head of the board over on the Icebreaker, which I'll share that image with you all now. Bam.
Let me guess. She's smoking hot.
Of course she is.
You should see the journal entry pop up.
Oh, I got
No.
kicked from the game. I just have a ton of you must log in or access the game for the entire screen.
Oh yeah, she's hot. Got those 80s power shoulder pads and everything.
Yeah. In fact,
Does this
no
one
one
look
knows
like
what
me?
Rita's last name is. She's always just
Rudner.
been Rita. But she promised that as soon as you come over to the Icebreaker, you will not have to spend a single icicle of your own. You will basically be comped, food, a place to stay. You are expected to go out and spend money and gamble and buy things, all on her dime. But you will secretly be there doing some investigatory work. In return, she is buying all sorts of raw materials and paying for construction crews and, freight delivery crews, all from Jerry, giving some much needed funding to Hell's Gate. So, are there any last minute ends that need to be tied up before we go and take our little about 12-day journey over to the Icebreaker Borealis?
I'm not gonna lie.
Crack.
Oh. Go ahead.
I want to go to Kraken's.
Yep.
Is Nyx is like up and about it? I assumed we looked hot together, so okay, cool.
Your scary dog privileges.
Yeah. Specifically scary dog privileges, because I want to hear from Moira. Or I want Nyx to hear from Moira, I think.
Yeah. Kraken's little hole-in-the-wall shop with the scattered tools and parts as you remember it. Hearing someone walk through the door, you'd hear shouted from behind the counter. Hold on. Be out there in just a sec.
No rush. Really? I don't think. I don't know.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah. We killed a captain of the hell puppies, whatever they
Yeah,
were.
I heard. Cut off the head of the serpent. You see
Yes.
tools just scattered across the floor, and the wiry frame of Kraken pop up.
Oh, sidebar, because I just had a thought. LC, if you really do want to run the Hellhounds before we leave this planet, you should go talk to Calamity and see if she'll actually tell you anything about the pirates, because she was a part of them.
Yeah.
I send that text real quick. Hold on. Okay, anyway, hello. Nice to see you again. Love the leg. Absolutely wonderful. It is very different getting used to having like a full-sized leg again and not just the spring, but digging it.
That's what I do. What's up?
Yes. I guess first question. After that intrusion a couple months ago, have you found what was stolen yet? That weird box or any sort of clues or information on this?
Not a trace. I mean, I brought it to Jerry. Nothing. It hasn't popped up in any of the, aftermarket vendors. Haven't seen it leave on any ships that have been by. Nothing.
I was wondering, this feels a little weird. It kind of feels like I'm asking if my kid can play with your kid at the playground. But do you mind if Nyx and Moira have a bit of a chat about that entire evening? There's been some, I don't know, odd things happening, and it was an odd thing, so I'm just trying to see if we can maybe connect some sort of dots. And I saw something, and I'm hoping Moira saw the same, or something else.
Moira's feeling in a talkative mood. Never know with her.
Just gotta look over to Nyx and just like a little shoulder, like, go play. Fully have like briefed them on like, the essential of like, did they see this guy? Do they have any information? Like anything that they can help with this like night of them probably being here and possibly seeing something, or hey, if they randomly fucking lost signal for a night or something wild.
Yeah. You would specifically see Nyx kind of just become shadow, float up to the top of this workshop, almost like recline in the web like a lazy boy, and the two just mostly stare at each other. It's a lot of just staring, but some conversation had. Yeah, as far as Moira knows, there wasn't an intruder. Just kind of woke up and the place was broken into, the casket was missing.
And is that how Nyx felt after waking up from their signal being shut off?
Yeah.
Wonderful. I'll let them have some socialization. Chat with Kraken for a while, see if there's anything else cool that they've got, but mostly just kind of talking shop.
Not really.
Actually, you've been a ton of help with everything, with upgrades, with the information, being fun to drink with, from what I remember. We're going to, what is the place, Serenity?
Oh, you're going to the Icebreaker.
Yes. Is there anything we can grab for you, or anything I don't know? It seems like they've got a lot of shit going on, and we have an infinite pocketbook.
Well, damn, I mean, if you don't mind making a quick pit stop, there's a Smith Shimano Altier over there that's got some goods for me. I just haven't had a chance to go pick it up.
Okay. Is this something that we're going to need a larger ship or anything, or like transport-wise?
Oh, no, it's no bigger than any of your mechs is.
Wonderful. Well, I will stop on in and see if they will hand it over.
Yeah, if you just throw my name out there, they'll know what you're there for.
You don't owe a debt or anything to them or anything, right? Like, should I be ready to tussle?
No. It's really just
most of the places that know me by name.
Yeah,
know me because
Andrew had to learn not only what Altier means, but how to pronounce it.
Yeah, could you tell me how to spell it?
It is phonetically. It is Atelier.
Oh, duh. Is French.
Is okay. French.
Atelier.
Wonderful. Well, finger guns. Walk out the door. Whatever makes you do. Do a little skip. Be gay. Like, hey, this looks worked.
Anything else?
I'm gonna go talk to Calamity.
Yeah.
But Elsie is the one who thinks it'd be funny if Min ended up in charge of the Hellhounds. As we well know, Min does not want any position of power ever in her life. But I think it's funny, and I think it'd be really good for her. Protection-wise, against what? Don't worry about it.
If we're gonna run this place, we're gonna need protection.
That's a great point. Exactly what I mean. Yes. So she's going to actually go talk to Calamity in regards to why was the former leader of the Hellhounds out there on that ship doing what by himself?
Well, tracking him down, you'd see that they are currently engaged in what looks like some blueprints, some planning with an individual that you have not met before.
Oh, what? What's up? Is it Kian?
Are they hot?
Individual named Zinfantel Dejin.
That's not Kian.
The image should be popping up for you.
That's pretty cool. Who? Who's this?
When you get closer, you can definitely tell that the talk is about, system plans and logistics and just generally like, all right, if you look over there, we should be putting up that building within, maybe the next week or so. That'll cut down those supply lines trying to get back and forth across the station by, at least a few hours. Give everyone a little break when they're getting goods. And are you doing anything to interrupt this conversation or just letting him
No.
talk?
I'm just standing there, staring, letting him
Okay.
talk. The
Well, you
typical
are-
Min, like, I'm here, but I'm not going to say anything until you notice me.
You are seeing a tall, heavy-set individual, dreadlocks pulled back into a ponytail. Zinfandel is a fairly imposing figure, even outside of their armor-like spacesuit.
I feel like you put this person in front of me on purpose, and
what you're talking
immediately I have to know, are they taller than me? Immediately.
How tall is Min?
Like 5'11".
Oh,
Just shy
yeah,
of 6.
absolutely.
Alright, okay, Hoop, you did this, I'm gonna, immediately, it's just square up. Like, I need to be, they need to know that I could kick their ass.
There's
With just, like,
a moment where the conversation cuts. They look over to you. And they are just a naturally imposing figure. And there's a moment of staring where they look like they could either get ready to throw a punch or just try and stare you down. But then that face breaks to a smile. Hey, you're one of Calamity's friends. Yeah, she's talking about you. Zinfandel. Nice to meet you, and to hold out a hand for you.
I'm gonna look at it, and I'm gonna look, like, mildly disappointed they did not throw that punch, because that would have been pretty cool. But they backed down first, so that's fine. And so I'll shake it, and be like, yep, friends. Friends.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? We'll talk about this later. You guys catch up. Heard you just came back from a hell of a mission.
How many people know that?
What do you mean?
I mean, I've never met you, and you seem to know who I am and what I was doing, and so I was just wondering, how many people could, I don't know, recognize me on, face alone as to what I was doing and who I am?
Oh, well, probably not many by your face. Like I said, Calamity here's told me a lot about you. I put 2 and 2 together.
Okay. Cool.
But hey, we'll sit down for drinks one day. We'll talk.
Talk, yeah. Who are you? Again? Zinfandel, is that what you said?
It's Zinfandel, yeah.
And what are you on this junk heap to everybody else? Like, where's your place? I don't know how this place works.
Calamity would kind of just, like, elbow you in the ribs a little, like, hey, well, I got this. You go on, I'll catch up. And would kind of, like, force that separation until Zinfandel finally walks away.
Watch until they're gone.
Okay, first off, that's my boss.
Okay, well...
Second, that's the only person in the station that's right below Jerry in power.
Jerry doesn't have any power.
Jerry literally runs this entire station.
No, I think...
Okay.
No. Like, I could
This station
literally
runs Jerry.
step on Jerry and he'd be dead, and there would be no fight, he'd just be dead.
You have no clue what Jerry does for all the people here, do you?
I'm sure he does a lot, but I don't think he's in charge. Like, there's a difference between, like, charge and respect and getting things done because it's his job.
There's a reason,
You know?
that Zin turned down that position. There's a reason that Zin didn't want to run this whole station, because it's a fuck ton of work.
Like I said, there's a difference between getting a lot done and respect and, being in charge.
Anyways, can I help you with something?
Yeah, actually, there's a moment where Min does a double check and a systems run, just like a brief overview of the OmniNet to make sure nobody is around. or listening in. Being back in Hell's Gate proper has definitely sparked their paranoia back up. No reason in particular, right? And so once that's cleared, they'd be like, yeah, so when we did go on that mission we just got back from, the, as you've heard, the leader of the Hellhounds is dead now, but what was he doing out there?
Okay, I'm getting real sick of this. I haven't been part of the Hellhounds for a really long time, and I'm really fucking tired of people continuously throwing my name out there with them.
Look, I have no prejudice against them, and I have no
everyone else in this
prejudice against
station
you being
does.
associated. I am not associated with the station. I'm not from here. I don't give a shit. Quite frankly, he was annoying and really put my friends in danger, including myself and my best friend. So I'm just here to wonder why he was out there. I don't care if you know. I don't care if you were involved, which I highly doubt you were. But as far as talking to people, first of all, the Hellhounds really don't like us. We killed their leader, and also
like
that's not the
me?
first time we've kicked their ass. No, but you're the only one who will talk to me. So
I'm not a
here I am.
Hellhound.
No, but you were.
Something that I have to atone for every single day when I show up to work.
Who's making you atone for that?
Everybody. They look at me like I'm about to pull a gun on any of them at any moment and shoot them in the back of the head.
Do you want to give me the names? Because
No.
I'll kill them. I'll kill them.
Hey. Were you going somewhere with this?
Yeah. Again, do you have any idea what they might have been out there? Was there a base?
I have
Have
no
they been out
clue.
there a long time? None.
No,
None at
there
all.
was no reason to go out there. There's no bases, there's no stations, there's no listening post. There's nothing out there.
All right. Then I need you to do something for me.
You gonna stop showing up and insulting my boss?
I don't know. They didn't look pretty insulted to me. They looked like they wanted to have a drink, so.
Yeah, that's, we're pretty thankful that Zen's as laid back as they are.
But I mean, if you want me to not show up for a drink, I can also do that.
I don't give a shit what you do.
Okay. Then I'll show up and maybe insult your boss.
What do you want?
I need you to put out a rumor, very subtle, and let the circulating information do the rest of the work. That I am the new leader of the Hellhounds, and any information they have can come back to me.
You are out of your mind if you think I'm starting any rumor that I know anything about the Hellhounds.
You don't have to tie your name to it, and you don't have to request an asking price or a bribe, because from what I heard from some lady with a stick up her ass is that we are about to go on a very lucrative mission to a igloo crack.
Icebreaker.
I don't.
Yeah.
Icebreaker.
Okay.
We have, unlimited funds, whatever we want, fixed prices.
I'm gonna lay this out for you. All right. If there is even a hint that I'm in communication with any of the Hellhounds at all, I'm gonna be sent out into space without a spacesuit. I'm one strike away from a mob busting down my door and ejecting me out into the cold.
Is there anything, Hoop, that I can do for her in this moment to help ease that? Just on
Probably
a
not.
social level for her.
Min and her
I mean,
are
you could-
connecting like oil and water at the moment.
That's fine. But I'm talking about clear any records that a Pappas can do or something like that. On
She's
no?
Jerry and Shelly have done this. Like, the only reason that she's still here is because Jerry has stuck his neck out for her. But there are still people that believe she's working with the Hellhounds and that she's going to let them back into the station and they're going to take back over. There's just not much you can do.
You can send Marl back to Sweet Talker.
That is an option.
Yeah, it's...
Okay.
It is
if she's
a very
not going to do
touchy
it,
subject with her.
That's fine. If she's not going to do it, then I will have Apophis do it for me.
Sure.
And I have a plan to fix this later. It's fine. No, I do. It's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be pretty cool. But I will not put her or them into any position where they will be sent into space.
She's only slightly exaggerating, too. Like...
I was not slightly exaggeration when I said I would kill them, so... That is a real statement.
I assume that the conversation goes pretty stale and then you just kind of go your separate ways.
Yeah, no. I'd be like, okay, and then I leave. Like, wow, this sucks. Alright, later. 0% perturbed. I'm just like, alright. Game recognizes game, you don't want to be involved, I get it.
Nerd. And then walk away.
Yeah.
Alright. Any other loose ends?
Oh, yes. So after we got back, I don't know when it would be, but Zoe has never been to a concert, and she knows that if she lets these goobers know, they're gonna make fun of Cerulean, and she's gonna have a bad time. So after undergoing stress, she's going to do the dumb young person thing and try and sneak out to go to a concert.
Guard pretends like he doesn't see her.
I mean, you do have NHP help on your side, which would keep you off like cameras or anything, but... I mean, Marl and Kaya would probably be home. I don't know if either of you would also pretend to not see anything.
We're just like playing cards.
Yeah.
Me and Garm look up, shrug, look down. When I don't know, whatever Marl feels.
Yeah, probably the same.
Yeah. Then...
I know what I want from this. On the behalf of Apophis, I want the similar scene with Zoe sneaking out as with Apophis as Min had with Penny when Min was like leaving and they were like, "Don't tell anybody."
Just get out the door in here. Oh, this is delightful.
Hi.
Offer some stacks.
Yes, snacks. Tucking the change of clothes into the bag.
Have fun.
Yep, it's gonna be a long snack run. There's so many things we haven't tried yet. And she's just gonna like back away, like the slow walk backwards.
If you get in any trouble in your snack hunt, you know how to reach me.
Yep. I'll be fine. It's just a snack store. And she's just going to like scurry before to the concert as quickly as possible.
As the galaxy's self-proclaimed third most popular new retro stasis core musician, Cerulean Enceladas. Enceladas? I don't remember how I pronounced it the first time. Is greeted by hordes of dozen of fan. As drinks are handed out, the music starts playing as this kind of like abandoned little... It looks mostly like a warehouse, but it just reverberates the music just perfectly. There's probably multiple forms of illicit substances handed about as the crowd grows to probably about 50 to 60 throughout the performance.
And she's just going to like let loose, have a good time of like all of the penny in the back of her head. Like, you've got an early morning. You should probably stop now. What are you doing? Should you think about that before taking it? Like all of these, and she's just dumb teenager mode.
Made probably 40 friends throughout the evening. At one point, there may be omninet proof of Zoe singing along to a song that you couldn't possibly know the words to, but somehow do. An absolutely incredible night away. Probably much needed de-stressing. And now you have signed memorabilia of Cerulean.
Perfect.
Anyone else?
I have a question. I don't know if it necessarily needs a scene or if it could even have happened. If we've been like chilling around for a month, things are like able to move better with these like digging, mining situations and such. Could we have possibly hired someone to go, our NHPs made it to that wreckage for that black box that mentioned me and Min?
Absolutely, easily.
Okay, I almost forgot about it. I'm glad I was redoing my notes and I saw it really big. I was like, oh, that's right.
I sure forgot about it, so.
It only needs to be as much of a scene as you want it to be, because what you're uncovering is a surveillance drone. A shuttle full of equipment that was keeping tabs on quite a few former Union members, or quite a few people from the Union who were cloned and then seemed to deviate from the Union proper, and tracked a lot of your activities, even up to the mission where Georgia and Kaylin died.
Was the recording that we heard from that day?
That was one of the many recordings of missions that did not happen because what you did, by a lot of people, would be considered war crimes.
Oh, cool.
And this is hard evidence that you and Min are responsible for a lot of very bad things.
Yeah, I think like probably at one point Kai's like kind of clicking through some of them, like listens to one, is like, well, I'm glad I don't remember that. And just like plugs out. Min, what is the best way we destroy this?
Get Nyx to erase it from existence. Wait, what? What do we what are you destroying?
Shows evidence.
Like clicking through them and it's like, I remember that one. Oh yeah, that one was pretty bad. And like, there's some of them that they remember, and some of them like, oh, I don't have record of that one. All right, that par for the course. Okay, yeah, Nyx would be the best one to delete this. What is this from?
Remember I was talking about that black box that we needed to retrieve and our recordings and such from when we went spelunking. Found it.
What was that doing on a ship in the depths of Hell's Gate is, I think, the real question here, besides deleting the evidence. But we're both wanted already, so really what could war crimes really add to our sentence?
If it's just a surveillance drone, this used to be a Union vessel. Probably about that long ago, yeah?
Is there any, like, way we could look at tracking on it? Like, history of coordinates of where it was, where it came from, its origin?
Wouldn't be too difficult.
Where'd it come from?
Originally came from the cradle.
Cradle?
Mm-hmm. This is Setcom tech.
Yeah. What's like the timeline with this thing's adventuring to then smashing into this? Like, was this still Union? So it makes sense that it's just like it was a part of like Union stuff being out here, or
this was definitely not part of the original expedition out here. It looks like it crashed probably 100-ish years or so after all of the events in Calliope took place.
Does it have any name tags on it as to who sent it from Cradle?
It doesn't, but it has a lot of name tags, including both of yours, the entirety of your team, you know, in the day that they were all murdered.
Does it have the day we were all murdered on there?
It does. It goes into some interesting details, even.
that one I'm not as traumatized to listen to. I remember the day we died, so I want to listen to these interesting details. Or I remember dying.
I don't.
Some interesting pulled recordings from some of the team as Kaylin's mech turned and fired on all of you.
You had that motherfucker, that lug, that fuck. You. If I'd have remembered this, I would have never been your Huckleberry. I would have known to stay away from your ass.
No, Checkmate was the reason everybody died, technically. What other interesting details are on there before we delete this from existence for nobody else to ever find ever?
First off, Table of Horrors, thank you so much for the raid. We super heckin' appreciate you sharing your community with us. We're playing some Lancer, episode 5 of our season 2 of our Lancer series. All of the trauma, all the time, and all the previous episodes as well as the first season are up on our YouTube if you ever felt like going to check it out. But thank you for being here. There's not a whole lot after the event after Kaylin and their team died, other than a Black Ops team coming in, securing the casket that you had found, and extracting it.
Min?
Mm-hmm.
What was in that casket?
What casket?
The one that the Black Ops just took. Well, didn't just took, but just the record in the information.
I don't know. I don't even remember that entire day. I don't remember dying.
Did you have Apophis yet?
No. Not that I know of. I mean, going into it, no. The things that... Tricky question. I think I did.
One answer that would have been okay, and that was not it.
That's the truth, though, and I trust Kaya with all of my heart. So, like, I don't have a reason Min would lie to her about this. The answer is I think so. I don't know. There was a feeling he was there that looking back on it, it would be a feeling he was there. I don't... There were a lot of feelings going on when I woke up. It's hard to sift through, and I prefer not to think about it. I prefer not to think about that entire span of my existence, but here we are with a lot of it resurfacing and having to talk about it, so let's unpack all of that. He was there to get me out. He was not there when I woke up. But in the following months, years, I don't know how long I was there. He got me out of there and was able to direct me on how to get out of there. So I guess the safest bet is to say he was there when I woke up.
But, like, was he there?
Yes.
So this individual you're having images of put him there. Someone would have had to put the casket in your head, yes?
No.
So someone else put the casket in your head?
No.
I don't understand the technology is more the question. I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I just want to understand how he lives in your head, because I still don't get that.
Neither do I. There is no technology. He's just there. Nobody put him there. I woke up with him there. Everything that occurred to me in that place with him was because he was there. And there is no explanation for it. And that's why he is doing whatever it is he's doing. Not letting me live my life.
Mm.
I really don't have any other answers for you, Kaya. He was
That's
just
fine.
there.
He, in this instance, Apophis,
Yes,
was there. Okay.
just there.
Interesting. There's no information after that? This thing stopped chit-chatting after that?
Yeah, it
Black
looked
Ops?
like it was on its way back to Union space, probably to report everything it had been recording, which is when it entered the Calliope system and crash landed.
Okay. Two things. I'll start with the thought one in my head currently. If one of our theories is true with this weird time-bidding bullshit that this NHP can do you think the doctor you're hearing is actually him from a different time? From then? Did he have a way to communicate that way when he was alive? I guess is another question. That is just turned back on through time and space.
Not that I know of. And, he's not the same. The guy, doctor, person that I remember was not predatory. I didn't feel like I was being stalked around him. It was more controlling, but it wasn't this. It was not this suffocating or murderous. It was suffocating. It was very suffocating, and that's why I got out. And on top of that, Kaya, I killed him. He was dead. So, possibly from another time, but this would have to be a clone, something, not... There's no way. I felt the pulse stop. I felt the bones break. He was dead. And I never had to see him again. But
also
that's
had
not
a time-traveling ship here, and odd occurrences happening. It's more just a theory or a way to think about it, because then that way at least it's an enemy we know more, but if it is something different, obviously we can work towards that as well. Second thing, you owe me so big for murdering me. And I'm never going to let it down. I'm going to make a list of things. I haven't decided what the tally is, exactly how long this clock of owing me is going to be, but...
Do I owe you, Kaya? Would you prefer to have
murdered me.
Georgia?
My only
Do you like
death.
Georgia better? Or are you happier now? Did I
don't
do you a
remember
favor?
Georgia, so I don't know. I can't tell you that properly. She did war crimes, so probably not. But still, you stopped my pulse, and that is a pretty big thing.
If we're going by Georgia versus Kaylin versus me versus you, Kaylin killed Georgia. I didn't do anything, and you're not Georgia.
No, wouldn't hold up in court. Walk off. But as soon as I get out that door, as soon as I get out of earshot from Min, I'm like, Apothis, come here. I need to talk to you. Apothis? Nick's good Apothis.
I'm here.
Hello.
What can I
I'm
do
sure you
for
heard all of that, right?
Yes, it's hard to ignore.
Yep. I don't have the brain power currently to do mental gymnastics with you and talk around the subjects and you give me half to no answers as you usually do. So
course.
if there's any information you want to just give me to not have me bothering you further, that would be great. But first, before we possibly piss each other off, could you, the voice of this individual,
The one
do you have the
from
ability?
the nightmares.
Yes. Can you capture that? Do you have can you audio file it and just a little bit? I don't want the information. I just want the sound of his voice.
I could. It would require Min's approval. I try not to invade any more than I already do.
That's bullshit. And you particularly know why I can't exactly tell Min why I want that voice. It is not my place to share the information for my reasonings.
I suppose, worst case scenario, she's even more upset at me than usual. As long as I don't mention it's for you.
Appreciate it. Also, thank you for protecting Nyx.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. But yeah, I guess if I could just get a few words or so, enough.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
This is strange. We don't usually get along.
We always get along, in a way. We're I don't know. I wouldn't say bickering siblings. It's more we get along as best as we can. I don't think we hate each other.
Your shoes are tacky, and he'll disappear.
Shoo.
You yell out loud. Walk off. That's all Min hears through the door. Echoed, fuck you.
She knows you were talking to Apophis after that. That's
Yeah.
it. You just gave yourself away with that alone.
Yeah.
All right. Any other loose ends we need to tie up here at Hell's Gate?
Yeah, Garm has spent the last month we've been here. He's been using, because he gets up so much earlier than everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
He makes the coffee at 6, but he doesn't make it before 6 because it starts waking people up. He's up way before 6. He has found a little room off to one side, and he's been that whole month he's been just performing this little ritual. He found in the market somewhere some candles, and he set out a picture of Garm that Marl took, and he lights a candle in front of it. And then to one side, he sets aside a picture that Garm took of Marl, and he lights a candle in front of that. And then in between them, he places another photo, which is probably, aside from his dog tags, probably his most prized possession. And it's a picture that one of the other crew members took of Marl and Garm passed out in the same hammock. And he lights another candle in front of that. And every day for the last month, he's done the same thing. And he says words in a language no one else in this sector would understand. And the last day before they leave is the last day he needs to do it. That's it.
That is so sad and adorable. Well, with our vacation up, we begin our 11-day journey over to the Icebreaker Borealis. You have all, as a parting gift, been given a mechanical item called Jerry's Care Package. It is a bundle of Icebreaker currency, known as icicles, some backstage passes, a case of Elysian champagne, a scrawled note containing passphrases to several of the niche interest clubs, and VIP tickets to the next championship mech bout.
Whoa! Hold up! A second. Roll it back
Tickets
like
will be in
one.
that.
Roll it back one hoop. What was that?
The VIP tickets to the championship
No.
mech bout.
No, roll it back one more.
The passphrases to several niche interest clubs.
So,
What does that mean?
what are these clubs exactly?
King clubs?
It says literally niche interest clubs.
Do we know what these clubs are?
No, you've never been to the
We'll
Icebreaker.
find out.
Yeah, we're
Yo,
gonna
you
find
can't
out.
just drop it on this crew and not expect us to go find out if it's like kink clubs or not. Like, what the fuck?
There's so many king
Oh,
clubs.
for sure.
It
For
has
sure, it's a king club.
2 uses. You can
Oh!
expend one of these charges when you're on the Icebreaker and not in immediate danger. You can immediately take a downtime action appropriate to the situation that you're in.
Okay,
Do that twice.
okay.
Because Jerry cares.
I don't trust him.
I like them.
Not usually into
The
electrocution, but
last
it's kind
time
of nice.
someone gave us VIP shit, it was
No,
sus.
the last
in
time
the
you
end.
got VIP treatment, you didn't ask anything, you didn't know who it was from, and you just went.
Yeah, we earned it this time.
Yeah.
I don't trust
Well,
Jerry.
we earned it last time too.
Truly, I don't trust Jerry. He's too
Anyway.
innocent and
Yeah.
too baby.
He's just a little guy.
He's too little.
He
He's
is
just a
baby.
little guy.
Too baby.
He's just
It's
really
89%
tired of middle
cortisol.
management turned
And-
management and did not have the tools to deal with it. He was made for middle management.
Without
Those
a
are the
pay
people who
raise.
turn the easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. He hasn't taken a vacation in like 40 years.
Maybe he should use his fucking package then.
Anyway.
Yeah, you should use his package on Rita.
At the end of our 11-day travel, fast forwarding just a little, a cloudy sand yellow sphere of Kalevala, a majestic ring system, grows in your vision, with a small bright dot within it. That dot is perched high in its orbit, and within hours even, that dot resolves into a vast tangled cylinder of habitats all anchored to the remains of an immense mining frigate. The station spills bright neon lights into the void, and local space is a hive of activity, dozens of ships arriving and leaving at any given moment. The Borealis's forward mining bay has been converted into an enormous hangar. And unlike Hell's Gate, the docking is quick and painless. From there, you are escorted to an elevator that leads you down into the struts of the sprawl, the massive strip of buildings and storefronts and casinos and restaurants and hotels and everything you could ever need in a den of... Oh god. What is it? What is the phrase? Den of iniquity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? The den of scum and villainy. There we go. For all you nerds
Just
out
say
there.
fun time, Hoop.
In the grand concourse that marks the start of the Star Strip, there is a man waiting for you. Alec, one of the greeters. A younger gentleman, very short-cropped blonde hair, a perfectly pressed and well-fitting suit, just holds up a sign, says, Hell's Gate Crew.
I think we're all just staring at him.
Is he
Walking
hot?
up. Is he hot though?
I'll pass.
Hell's Gate Crew. That's
I,
it?
I was given very little information. I apologize. Is there a name you would prefer?
Ooh.
I just
I'm just
probably
like
start a
looking
little bit more
nervously
talk and
at
chicken
Zoe.
fast.
Maybe
Quick
maybe
team
that's
huddle.
Fine.
Do we
Yeah.
want to keep with the gladiators, or I mean, we could go with Hellions?
Do we want to give an entire place name? It feels odd.
No, we can stick with that. I'm just,
I would have liked a little bit more,
yeah.
effort
Hell's
on
Gate
their
Crew
half
is-
for
Fair.
sure. But
Look,
I don't know.
I'll go with your gut on this, Kaya. But if Hell's Gate Crew sticks, I'm going to be very upset.
I'm just
No,
No,
we
gonna.
we're
are
not
trying
sticking
to
with
make-
Hell's Gate Crew.
If we're going for anonymity, Mina's just gonna take this, like, while they're having a discussion about like keeping a low profile, gonna take the sign from this dude, just like snatch it away, get a marker from somewhere, I don't know, scratch out Hell's Gate, and it just says crew.
All right.
It works.
Well,
The
first,
Wrecking Crew.
we're very welcome. We welcome you. We're very happy to have you. And you could just feel the nervousness. Like, he has no clue who you are. All he knows is that his boss's boss said, treat these people like VIPs. Your rooms are ready for you whenever you would like to go and drop off your things. We have a list of amenities available to you, all of which, of course, is being paid for. If you need a guide throughout the strip, please just let us know. We will assign one for you. If there's anything we can do, just please let me know. Your meeting has been scheduled midday tomorrow in the back rooms of the Uncrowned King Bar and Grill.
Right. Are you gonna be our guide for the city?
No, I am a concierge, not a guide.
Are you related to Jerry?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so like, what is the craziest place in town?
That depends what you're after. The Star Strip itself, luxurious strip of gambling halls, casinos, hotels. We have the historic Borealis, where you can travel the inner workings of the Calliope's largest industrial spaceship, relive its proud history. We have the Gladiator's Draw and Quarter, if you're interested in mech-on-mech destruction and violence. We have Raphael Baza's Bazaar Bazaar. And if you're looking to purchase anything, it is likely to be found there. And I do mean anything. And like gestures behind him, we have the Serendipity Resort Hotel, which is where you'll be staying. We have the Deepest Fairyland, if you're interested in a little bit of fancy and wonder and you enjoy amusement parks. We have the Grand Aurora Amphitheater, if your soul thirsts for music. And of course, the Uncrowned King Bar and Grill.
All right, so half of those sound awful. So let's go back to our rooms, unpack, grab some drinks, and then maybe we'll just check out the mech action or something. But yeah, thanks.
Yes. I do
Y'all,
appreciate
please,
it.
can we go to Mech Disneyland? Elsie wants to go to Mech Disneyland.
Absolutely. As we like start heading towards our rooms or whatever, I'm just gonna like a little heavier of a pat on Alex. I'm like, let me give you a bit of advice. Fake it till you make it, or they'll eat you alive. Pointing specifically at Marl and Min. What direction's my room?
Just elevator, the 5th floor.
Zoe will just look up and say, "You're doing a really good job. Also, thank you for helping us." And she just gives a little goodie bag of like her little standard of like there's like a little tied with a little pink ribbon, and there's like little snacks in there, and like little. You just look like you needed something, so.
Oh, I can't accept gifts or tips.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it on the floor then. And oh no, you found it.
Okay. Well, thank you.
As we're walking away, there's a call over their shoulder towards Zoe. You can't be nice to them like that, Zoe. They'll never grow a backbone.
And then I give them a look like, see what I fucking tell you.
Garm says, "Your ass looks nice in those pants," and gives him a wink and just keeps walking.
Why are we so mean? We're like not murder hobos, but we bully every single fucking NPC that gives us bullies. We won't kill you, but we'll bully you with love.
So yeah, you are staying at the Serendipity Resort Hotel. It's not the fanciest of places. Like, I mean, it is fancy, but it's not like top tier, like the fanciest places on the station. But it's nice. You all have your own rooms, each with their own mini bars, their own like jacuzzi tubs. It is still very nice. You're also basically given all of your blank checks. You are expected to go out and blend in and spend money and you make noise and be interesting. Basically just blend in with the other millions of people here enjoying the station.
While we're unpacking, getting ready, could I ask Nyx while we're here in this like database local area, just like give me some like not necessarily dirt, but give me some info on these board members and specifically like maybe where they like to party, where they like to hang out, what's their like hobby, where do we see them a lot, you know?
What are the wait times at Fairy Tale Land, Nyx? What are the wait times?
Yes, also, can you get us a fast pass for the fairy, whatever, 5 of those.
6 mechs over Spagus.
Genie pass.
Between Jerry's contribution and your blank check, I'll be back.
Maybe make it like an extra fast pass. We get to go before the others with the fast pass.
Skip the line.
Yes.
See what I can do.
Thank you.
All right, Morrow. Okay, step 1, we're getting shit faced.
Yeah.
Step 2, we're gonna go buy some fucking clothes.
Oh yeah.
Step 3, we're gonna get shit faced again.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's probably gonna be a hot tub somewhere in there.
Yes.
Kaya's banging on the door while they're having this conversation.
What?
Do you want to go get manicures too?
Oh, step 4.
Manicures? Yes. I just want the massage.
Amaro goes to open the door. Okay, so like what is the game plan here? Where are we heading? There's mech on mech action. There's a bazaar full of hopefully some weird shit.
Yes.
If not, I'll be very disappointed. There's a shit ton of bars. So what are we hitting up first here?
Okay, my thought initially, we've got a while till we have to meet them. So maybe we can do a little spa day. You know, or just a little bit. Go get some massages. Maybe get a toesies done. You know, different things like that. Go get some fresh fucking clothes at all these shops. Maybe see if we can get some other goodies. You know, all of that. Wrap up our adventuring near the mechs. Be able to watch some brawls before dinner to then get the meeting. And then we finish it off
I'd
with
rather
bar
be in the
brawl,
brawl
or
than
bar
watch the
brawl.
brawl, though.
Oh, I mean, if that's an option too, that's totally fine. I didn't know how this works.
We have a plan B for the spa.
You don't come with us and do
Sweet.
something else.
Cool.
But I want a massage. It has been a stressful life.
Oh, yeah, but if we hit the bars, we might not have to pay for the massage.
You
Just
don't
throwing
have
that
to
out
pay for
there.
anything.
We don't have to
here.
pay for anything.
Yeah.
Everything's free.
Yes.
Oh, that's true.
We have
I'm just
to be
maximizing.
Okay,
seen
let's get a
spending
massage.
money.
Maximizing day one before then we're expected to work, you know? Granted, I guess half of our job is spend money and have fun.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I was like,
Massage
isn't
every
exposure
day.
our
Seems to
job?
be the majority of it.
Well, that and
Well, in that case, I'm going to go to the casino.
I'm also keeping my vision, maybe just like an eye on the can see feather view, you know? Just in case at any point in time weird shit happens and there's claw marks. You know, I want to be able to see that.
Sure.
Yeah. I definitely have my ghost trap in my room. Ready to go.
Well,
I'm going to ask Kaya if I can test it on Nyx, if Nyx would be okay with that.
I'll leave that up to a conversation between the two of you, Nyx.
I can't talk to him directly. That's why I need you. And he likes you. So he'll probably do what you ask him to.
I guess you could sit in my mech and talk to him. That's how I did before I got the thing.
Nyx can talk to me. I'll be a bypass.
He can talk to you.
Yeah,
Bruh.
the Apophis can.
Bruh.
Is that actual Min?
No.
Bruh.
But it'd
Be
be funny if it was.
mediator. Huh?
There you go. You've got yourself an HP medium.
How?
Wait, he can talk to you outside of your cryo tube?
Well, I mean, if you can talk to me in cryo, you can talk to me outside of it.
What?
Huh?
How long has this been going on?
Shit-faced. Guys, we can spend as much money as we want here. We're supposed to be
No.
seen spending money. Let's like walk and talk.
All right, we'll put a pin in this for now, Marl, but we're going to come back to this conversation.
We have so many things and so many things with this crew. We look like a goddamn map board.
I just want to throw this out here. Over the table, Elsie speaking. This whole mission is to blend in and act like chill, be cool, be fucking cool. Like, be fucking cool. This crew has never been fucking cool in their entire lives. We've blown it. Day one. Got off that fucking ship. Done. Mission failed. So I don't know what they were thinking
I
giving
don't know
us
what
this
you're
job.
talking about.
But everyone knows, like, they know who we are. We're supposed to be like the
We get shit done.
influencers in town.
Yeah, but we're pretty fucking weird.
most people are.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
History
they should
isn't
know
made by
that.
normal people.
honestly, I mean, I wouldn't call us weird. I would call us assholes.
'Cause at this point, we're minor celebrities. And we want to be like the influencers of Icebreaker.
Honestly,
I want to be drunk.
yes.
Well,
They usually do give you mimosas or wine with the massages too.
That's true.
Yes.
Oh.
So we're starting early.
What's the
did I not
narcotic
mention
situation
that?
on this place?
Oh,
I
I
think-
still have the mystery vial that you took from the other one. Would you like it?
Ooh.
Oh, Jesus.
Is there you want to split it, Marl?
You know what?
I guess it's not mystery anymore. Everyone else did theirs, but
Did I do one?
no, I think it was just me and Garm. And did Marl get one? I didn't because I was
think Marl-
in Zoe panic mode, so I never.
Marl took some of mine.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Said she went out at a dance floor.
That's right.
I think Min is a secret hoe for spa day, so I think they will go with Kaya.
I feel like Kaya suggested it as the cover for Min to have a spa day.
I'm like 90% sure she's a spa day hoe, but would never admit it. She's just like the boyfriend who like goes with the girlfriend to the spa, would never admit he loves it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. When Zoe and I watch soaps and we do our mani pedis, that's some of Garm's favorite activities.
There you go.
In
As
alien
we
languages that
all-
none of y'all speak.
go and get drinks, as we go get mani-pedis, as we, just enjoy unbridled spending. The luxury that comes by once in a lifetime. Moral.
Oh, here we fucking go.
There's a point when
Yes.
you're out in the streets, whether it's when you're going to buy clothes or whatever, you happen to pass by one of the places that was mentioned to you. The Bazaar. And usually it probably wouldn't catch your eye, as there's, dozens to 100 vendors with miscellaneous items and stalls, mostly just junk. But there's a point where you are staring down this long walkway and you see a figure stare back at you, specifically staring at you, as if you know that they are staring at you. Hood up, mask over their face.
I'll pause, take a quick look around, and I'll
Post.
Hmm?
Why didn't that post? Sorry, go on.
I'll begin to walk in their direction.
There's a small crowd of people that you have to kind of push your way through.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time you do, they're gone.
I'd start running to see if I can spot them again. Just like literally like shoving people out of the way, being pretty careless.
Yeah, if Garm sees that, he'll follow pretty close. He doesn't know what's going on, but
at this moment, at least, the rest of you, whether you're in conversation or, off getting drinks, whatever it is, Marl's alone. You are running and shoving people out of the way until you are physically grabbed by the arm and stopped, staring in the eyes of a older gentleman, clearly scarred up, clearly some peddler of just mostly trash, but just stares you in the eye. I know you.
Sorry?
And reaches down, grabs a box from underneath his little stall and just kind of hefts it up next to him. You had the dream too, didn't you?
What? What? No. What? I don't know. Sorry. Who are you? If this is some weird pickup line, I've gotten it before. It didn't work.
You had the dream.
Sorry. What dream?
Doesn't matter. And the
Yes. Maybe.
box that has been hefted is about a foot locker that's been just plopped down on this bench. This is yours.
But I'm sorry. What is this?
What, you got wax in your ears? It's yours. Take it. Get out of here. I don't want it anymore.
Kind of hesitantly kind of reach out and kind of pull it closer towards me. What? I'm sorry. I've never been here before. I don't know anyone here. I don't really know anyone in the whole universe. I'm sorry. Who are you?
It doesn't matter. Just want this thing gone. I just want it out of my head.
What's inside? What's in the box?
Would you like to open it?
I very carefully begin to open the lid.
A little reminiscent of one of the pair that you own. There sits a massive revolver-like firearm, mech-sized. It has shades of gold that run through it. It's beautiful.
This is mine. because you had a dream?
At this point, he's taken a step back, muttering something completely inaudible at this point, and would just kind of fall back into the crowd of vendors behind him.
I'll start glancing around me to see if anyone else is like looking at me that witnessed what just happened. I'm a little like kind of befuddled.
Nothing.
I take a moment to pause and then kind of wrap my arms around the box and begin to just kind of lift it. Pausing for another moment in confusion, and then I'm just gonna begin to make my way with this massive box back to the hotel.
When you reach out and touch it, there's a flash. You remember, you know that she always used to mock you. She always say that your aim wasn't worth a damn thing. Ziha was always quick to point out your flawed shooting stance, your wide shots, because she knew it would make you blush. And you're hit by the smell of fine whiskey, of cigar smoke, and you hear laughter. Calm, loving, playful laughter. No idea what the name Ziha means, or who that is, but for a moment, you knew who they were. You knew they loved to tease you.
I'm gonna begin to tremble, feeling very afraid. I'm gonna clutch this box just for the sake of having something to clutch to. Digging through all of my memories, none of this seems familiar now.
At this point, Garm, seeing Marl going sprinting off alone, following as close behind as you can, fighting your way through crowds of people, you would see Marl standing there hefting a, Foot Locker sized box with just a total ease, as if it didn't weigh anything.
Oh, Marl, where'd you get that?
I'm going back to the hotel.
Okay. I think you mean we're going back to the hotel. Do you want a hand with that thing?
No, it's fine. I'm gonna go. I just need to, I think I need a shower.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, I've been traveling a lot. I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm gonna go back, unload this, take a shower. Why don't I meet you at, somewhere? We'll grab drinks, we'll get shit-faced, we'll get back on plan. I just bought more than I could carry, so.
How about you meet me in the lobby when you're ready?
Lobby. I will meet in the lobby.
All right. I'll be there.
Wait. I'm gonna lug this box back at the hotel.
Okay. If you were so inclined, you are an information hub. But would you, at any point, do any digging into the name of Ziha?
The second I get back and I can just put this thing down on the bed, I'm just looking it up.
You'd find more of a fairy tale than anything. A tale of two dueling lancers who cut a trail of gold and crimson across Calliope in their twin Raleighs. One, Marika Wren, was a pirate. The other, Lin Ziha, was a bounty hunter. Their names are legendary in Calliope, as were their custom firearms. Some versions of the legend say that the two hated each other. Others say that they were lovers. Most people claim that those two were a myth, a fairy tale, that they never really existed. You have proof that they are wrong. This is the Golden Hand.
I'm gonna repeatedly try to like touch it again to see if anything happens, if any more like flashes of a vision come back to me.
You feel a longing, as the myth states. The two, the Golden Hand and the Crimson Hand, are opposites in every way. But no matter how far away they are from each other, they are always destined to reunite.
And out of all my research, it seems like some sort of myth.
A myth, a fairy tale, a legend. In your notes, wherever you feel like you'll be able to keep track of it, I need you to start a 5-part clock called the Crimson
Okay.
Hand.
Okay. Is there a library in this
There's the Omninet.
place? There's the Omninet. I'm gonna try to I'm just gonna continue to I'm just gonna lose track of time a little bit. I'm gonna continue to do some more research into this myth. I'm gonna try to type in keywords from that first vision I got. I'm gonna try to see if I can if anything piece together. I'm just gonna try to just do random research, to kind of go down a rabbit hole of Google searches just to
Sure.
see if I can piece together anything further. Probably spend 20 minutes, maybe half an hour doing this.
Yeah, I mean, anything that you're finding seems like someone telling a tale that they heard about the Crimson Hand, or the pirate, or the bounty hunter, or the Golden Hand. None of it seems overly factual.
After a while of frustration, I will take out the journal that I've been trying really hard to keep up and just jot down everything that's happened, how I got it, the interaction, the bazaar, and then everything I learned on the Omninet, and just really terrible handwriting, just scribble down everything about that day in particular. And when I'm done, I'll pack up the footlocker and just if I can, place it under my bed or beside my bed. And then I'll try to clean up myself a bit, and then head back to the lobby and meet up with Garm.
Yeah.
So, drinks?
Yarm, yeah, of course. He hands you one. Because he's been at the lobby bar the entire time you were upstairs.
Okay, so drink this and head to place with more drinks, and then head to wherever everyone else is.
Yes.
Sweet.
Marl,
Mm-hmm.
I'm here.
I know. Drinks first, then talking time later.
Not too much later, though, eh?
Not too much later. Later enough.
All right, let's spend someone else's money.
Sweet.
Speaking of spending other people's money, what are the rest of you doing? Amidst your drinking and your pampering.
A spa day.
Just a beautiful spa day.
I think that Zoe is kind of, if she possibly can learn of like where some of like the local places are, like sure she wants to buy things, but she's just been given a blank check. And so she's just kind of instead gonna probably try and she doesn't love how this place is run, just from the look of it. So she's gonna try and fund the little guy a lot. If it means like there is a family at the Disney place, she's going to be like, hey, I'll pay for the next 20 guys behind me.
You definitely draw some attention, which is the entire goal. I think as you were out at one point, visiting space, non-Disney World, you would see a array of oversized plushies for Vinny the Vent Crab. Seems to be incredibly popular here in the Icebreaker, whereas in Hell's Gate, they are nothing more than a nuisance.
It almost bothers her, but she's gonna buy everything there and just start handing them out to people.
You would be swarmed by children, wanting every single one you had.
That's fine. Yeah. She's sowing chaos her way. Basically. Like, do you want this stuffy? All right, here you go. Frolic through the street. Just, do you want this? Here you go.
Making
just
friends
full
everywhere
on.
she goes.
Yes.
Yeah, anyone else?
Then what are we doing after spa day? Are we going to Disney World? I got mega fast passes.
I think I would love for Min to go to not Disney World because I just want to see Min look grumpy and not Disney World. But they'd be there for the ride.
Instead of ears, they wear little foam crab pinchers.
Oh God, I hate
little fairy
no.
wings. Can we get little fairy wings?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Make her wear them.
Yeah,
Make
Min
her
and
wear
I
them.
get matching fairy wings.
She's not happy about it.
With our matching manicure and pedicure, and our what color are we rocking?
I feel like a dark maroon.
Ooh, yeah, it's a good one. So we're all twinsing. Yeah, we'll go do just drag her along and make them ride through all the rides. Specifically going to like the ones I know will annoy her the most, like like the equivalent of like a teacup or small world.
It's a small galaxy
small
after all.
It's a small galaxy. Yes. Yes.
Before then relenting and going to do things that would be probably actually more enjoyable.
Two of you would pass by a vendor selling Neon Blitz energy drinks. Of various flavors, including Power Surge, Quantum Charge, Nova Rush, Adrenaline Shock, and Plasma Pulse. Plasma Pulse, of course, being the newest flavor, now infused with amino acids and B vitamins.
Wonderful. Do you think there's enough energy in here that it would be problematic to mix it with vodka?
No.
Well,
I don't think so.
Legally, I have to tell you to not drink more than 2 of these a day, but I'm not your father, so... You would buy a whole case, you
drink
get a
three.
discount if
Yeah.
you buy by the case.
No discount necessary. Give B4.
And I
I'll just
assume that
double
just
why not?
a handful of icicles are handed over.
Absolutely.
100%. I'm gonna shotgun
Min
one
cracks
right there.
2 in each hand.
like legit shotgun, not like where you poke the hole inside and then you put it and then you open the can, like legit shotgun it.
It's another
tingles.
team bonding moment for us.
Everywhere it
Love.
touches in your mouth, it just tingles for like a good half hour afterwards.
Don't forget to crush and spike the can and then scream.
on my head.
But you would be hit.
I also crushed mine on her head.
You would
Crumbles
feel a
immediately.
caffeine rush probably within about a minute or two.
Let's go.
Good thing we have the extra super fast passes. We can go everywhere so fast. No lines, no stopping.
So many rides.
Good thing I also have some stims with us because this seems like it could
Oh,
be
no.
problematic for our heart later. But I'm
Don't
willing
do
to
the stims
experiment.
at the same time. We're not doing the stims. I've already been into cardiac arrest once, Kaya. Not doing it again.
Oh, well,
I'm more meant if your heart stops because of the energy.
Then-
Really.
you can be revived.
Yeah.
We can probably print you another one.
Easy enough. Yeah. And then definitely spending whatever time before dinner, or before getting ready for dinner, watching robots beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be my reward to men for
Is it like
behaving
medieval
at
times?
this
appreciate
world.
that.
Yeah.
Medieval times.
Medieval times. Yes. Fucking there it is.
There would be one definite fan favorite at one point in the evening. A Blackbeard named the Dread Wolf's Call.
Fucking.
That when it comes powering out onto the field, chain axe just swinging indiscriminately, the crowd would absolutely go wild. And you would see the Dread Wolf's Call rip their opponents to shreds. It is not even a competition, but it is a beautiful display of mech on mech violence.
Pilot hot though?
Yeah.
You haven't seen the pilot.
It doesn't matter. I elbow men and like the eyebrows.
Yeah. No.
Direction.
Ment's a little bit like. Okay.
Ugly pilots don't move like that.
Yeah, you can tell the difference.
But you would hear that the pilot's name is Howl.
Howl?
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Seems sexy, though.
Oh.
We're so screwed, guys.
This is
Yeah,
it. I've
probably.
held off on every NPC besides Apophis until
Yeah.
this point. That's it. Game over.
We are here to let off steam and be seen, you know.
Too bad my way of flirting is kicking the shit out of someone. So,
I think it will work
you know,
in this crowd. I
Get
do.
down to the ring and try it.
let's.
Oh my
I
God.
don't. Not today because Elsie hasn't built her new mech yet. So,
It's a perfect opportunity to destroy your old one then.
Nix. Can you send a like invite to the like terminal or something to like go insert bar name that we'll go to after a meeting.
The Uncrowned
something
King.
king.
Yeah,
There you
that
go.
was the restaurant though, was it? Or was it a bar? Oh, I guess it's both. It's bar and
Yeah.
grill.
Oh,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'll see what I can do.
I'm sorry, I'm giving you so many things to do. It's just I'm very bad with computers. Nor do I have the
helping
patience.
you.
Well then, I guess it's a win-win. But do let me know if it's ever like annoying or you want to do something else or you have something interesting. I don't know. It feels weird just being like, do this. Glad you're alive.
I'll let you know.
Wonderful.
And fades into the shadows.
Well, you heard that conversation. We've got a dinner invite out.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
After a
So
few
far.
moments,
I mean, that's how I got Kraken to the apartment.
Apophis,
I mean-
doing some digging for you, hearing this conversation, would bring up just a little dossier of Howl,
Oh, well, let's fucking go.
showing
Let's see his moving
Oh.
pencil, shall we?
Nix, I love
towering,
you.
muscular woman, skin covered in tattoos of
Yo,
wolves and lupine
It locked me
creatures.
out. Locked me out of forge. I can't see it.
I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't see her either.
Let me try and share it again.
I can't believe it logged me out for this. This is homophobic.
Truly.
Change observer. Should be able to see that.
Oh,
No, I got logged in!
Oh yeah.
Wait.
It's
There's
the Kian
how.
character.
No!
Fuck yeah!
The current
It is
mech
hot!
fighting circuit reigning champion in the
I
Hellfire
told you
League.
uggos don't move like that.
We fucking knew they were hot, and look what we got.
Yeah.
This is the worst day of my life. This is so funny. Okay, nobody tell Kian.
Originally
Nobody
a
fucking does
refugee from Nestor, she came here as a folk hero, out to basically make a name for herself. Very vocal about her heritage, and is often seen getting into fights in and out of mech, and fighting does seem to be her love language.
Fucking damn it.
Just put it on a fishing pole and cast it in LC's direction. Why don't you?
Look, if there's one thing I've learned about myself since hanging out with y'all, it's I am an excellent fucking matchmaker. Let me just say, I call it as I see it.
You're not wrong. Min is 100% into it.
For everyone watching, more olive-colored skin, a very stern, growl-esque expression on their face, hair that goes down to about the shoulders on one side, the other side is shaved, and definitely looks like they could kick your ass.
They can't.
Or
Winners
they
on
would
top.
love to find out if they could.
Okay. All right. Sure.
But eventually your mech show does come to a close. The stadium files its people out so they can get everything set up for another fight. Your massages come to an end, your mani-pedis, your day drinking, your shopping, whatever it is. This is gonna sound like a leading question, but I feel like I have to ask. At any point, is anybody traveling alone?
Zoe already said she was traveling alone this entire time.
That's very true.
Did we
Anything
split?
else?
Garm's
Unless Min leaves
traveling
me
with
now.
Marn unless Marl
Yeah.
breaks off from him at some point, but
I think so.
So yeah, so unless we split, then no.
Okay.
God damn it, Zoe.
the Pied Piper of Ventcraft
Look.
Town.
I
I'm
need the
just saying,
child leash.
Zoe fucking hates this place and is going to do everything in her power to undermine it.
Yeah. Then, as you are out and about, knowing that it's about time to probably, start reconvening with everyone, you've probably spent enough icicles that Rita might not be super happy, but you're probably still well within your limit, your allotted amount. Do you have any checks that or any triggers involving like perception or seeing or taking in your surroundings?
Oh, yes, I do. Let me get to that area. I have read a situation.
Sure, yeah. Could you roll that for me?
13.
13. You have the unmistakable feeling that you were being followed.
Okay, I'm gonna do a couple of the tests of taking a couple right turns, seeing if the same person or seeing if that feeling changes. If it doesn't, I'm gonna start going into my old training of how to evade someone in busy streets. But I don't want to bring attention to it because I think that could cause more problems at this point.
I'm gonna roll a d20. I need you to roll a d20.
Okay.
$12 on my part, a 10 on your part. There's a point where you round a corner down an alley, just kind of pushing through a group of people, doing your best to break line of sight, and then quickly changing course, and then pausing, giving it time that hopefully whoever was following you has just sprinted straight past. And you do see a figure kind of like start walking past the alleyway, stop, turn back and look towards you. Hood up, but face you can see is covered in burn scars. In their hand is clearly the glint of some kind of blade. You all did this. You did this. He's gonna charge you.
Okay.
You do get to ask for act first in initiative. Do you have any sort of weaponry on you?
Yeah, I have my pilot gear.
Did you bring your pilot weaponry to Disney World?
Okay, I probably wouldn't have brought pilot. I guess it's just hand to hand at this point.
To be fair, they didn't go to Disney World. She was off on her own in the streets.
I did say I was at the not Disney though at
Oh,
one
you're right.
point, so I'll self narc on that one. Yeah, it's hand to hand basically.
Yeah. Gonna make an attack?
Okay.
It's just a d20 plus your grit. Uh, 16 absolutely hits. Or would you like to describe what this looks like?
So I think that she's going to basically pause until like seeing the blade is coming. She's just going to wait until the last moment to turn to like whatever the opposite side where the blade would be lunging to kind of make her space small, grab the arm, and basically make it so it is very painful if he wants to keep holding on to that weapon.
The limb is wrenched tight, lets out this grunt of pain, and then does try to swing back and stab into you. 17. I assume that hits your pilot's evasion.
Oh, yeah.
That blade is going to... Like, there's a moment where, that wrist is wrenched to the point where you think that the blade might be dropped, and then you hear a click, and then there's actually a rev. The blade physically starts to, kind of vibrate and spin under this individual's grasp, and then drives up into your abdomen. No, that's the wrong dice. For 4 points of damage.
Okay.
And at that, they shout out, "Over here! I found one!"
I'm just gonna go full survival tactics. I know it's gonna hurt me to do it, but I'm basically gonna be like brawling as most of how Zoe would attack it without her mech is making sure that she is not taking any kind of bludgeoning.
Mm-hmm.
But I think at this point it's like my survival over anything else.
Right.
She's definitely going to incur some injuries from her fighting right now. But she's basically, hey, I can heal my hand. I can't undo dying. Maybe Apophis can, but I can't. So I don't want to take that risk.
Yeah. I mean, as to not make you continuously roll against attack after attack, would you give me a skill to try to escape? Do you have any triggers you feel that would help you do so?
I have get somewhere quickly is probably
Absolutely,
the
yes.
best I've got for that. It's one of my lowest triggers, but we're just gonna have to hope for the best.
At
Just
a
hope the
12,
best.
yes. Suffering various wounds, bludgeoning, slashing, stabbing, as multiple figures rushed to this alleyway, all intent on bringing you down. After some broken arms, some broken fingers, some broken kneecaps, you manage to slip out of their grasp and come sprinting back to the hotel, where the rest of you have already met up. You have likely been sharing, what you've been doing throughout the day, wondering where Zoe is, to see Zoe just come bursting into the room.
Immediately
Whose
jumps
ass
up
is
and
getting
sees like,
Are you okay?
yeah.
I think, like, honestly, she's probably running out of adrenaline at this point. And I think she's probably going to utter a few words of, there's a group, they want us dead, and I think I'm just going to pass out.
I will catch
Race.
Zoe.
Yeah, race
No,
towards
yeah.
Zoe.
Together.
Yeah.
I'm like running into my room, like grabbing like my med kit and just like immediately tending to whatever wounds. Getting, yelling at Garm to get ice packs, like just turning into full like medic response mode.
Yeah, I just fill a bucket full of ice. One of the room buckets.
What does that even mean?
And while they're tending to her, though, I'm going to try to get into the station's security cameras and see if I can't get a good look at any of them.
You would see the figures, you'd see the altercation, but not getting any base IDs. Just more like, not that you can't see them, but more like just they don't have any prior records in the system. There's no identities coming up when you try to search them.
Do I see the direction they head after she cleans their clocks?
They pretty much just scattered.
All right. I'll take some screen caps of the faces I can see for future reference.
What about the rest of you?
Making sure Zoe's okay.
Yeah, just trying to like, kind of also like support Zoe and just make sure that she's fine.
Yeah, just patching up.
I think I would ask Zoe, what does that mean they were coming for us or after us or...
I think like when she comes back after being fixed up, she's just gonna say, all I know is that they were saying it's you. You're the ones that did it.
That's non-specific. Not your fault, of course, but
hellhounds?
we've done a lot of things.
Yeah, we have done a lot of things, and people are.
They burns.
Yeah.
There was someone with a lot of burns.
Hellhounds most recently. We fucked
did
them
we
up twice.
set anyone on fire? We might have. I don't really.
I set a lot of people on
Again,
fire.
broad net there. We've done a lot of shit.
If they didn't have any. Can I think back if they had any markings or anything like anything that is.
Not really
I don't. This
anything
doesn't sound
visible.
SSC.
No.
But this. I don't know if I could make a remembering check of what if there was anything of note at all
Not
about
really.
them. Okay. I just they were in streetwear, the hoods. It was like there was a group of them. One spotted, followed. I thought I shook, and then
Were they here, like at the hotel, or
no, I was walking back.
I can't think of anyone with a hood and burns that would be pissed off recently.
No, it's like it felt like we were being blamed for something that happened. Like it
Well,
didn't.
I mean, that radio broadcast did sort of call us out for the whole sector to hear.
Like it,
You know
it
what
felt
else
more like a
causes-
vigilante than anything.
You know what else causes burns? Feather.
Yeah.
Oh,
How would they know that Feather was connected to us, though? That wasn't reported. For that matter, do we know that Feather's even still out here? I haven't seen hide nor hair of it since Office and the other NHPs tangled with it.
Yeah, but if weird things are happening here, and I'm starting to think our odd NHP stolen from Kraken's place and Feather might be the same.
This is
Feather
paracausal
seems like
bullshit.
something that would need to be contained. And someone, the individual I saw, which did the guy that I see have burns on his face
Which one?
in the video? The guy stealing the NHP from Kraken's? They were like weird though, like unhuman-esque, or like there was
Like,
something weird about
Undead
their
almost.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He said like the big dude from the Resident Evil.
Oh yeah, it was like Nemesis.
fucking nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis.
You know what, Zoe? I'll give you a check.
Okay.
Do you have a trigger involved in perception?
I have the read a situation.
That one, yeah.
That is my
Yeah, go for
main
it.
trigger. Oh my god.
A 9.
Did we get a hero point?
Close enough.
Oh, 10,
No
10,
hero.
10. You can have my 10.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, that would be a
Yes,
16 then.
yes.
You have Kai's
Mm.
ability to just make it a 10.
Guy's coaxing you through it.
Yeah.
I feel like this is almost a gimme because of the conversation we're having at the moment about talking literally about a feather, noticing some iconography of a golden feather.
Oh my god, it's cult shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
A very quick search would show that there is a charitable religious group aboard the Icebreaker known as the Faith of the One Plumed in Golden Flame.
Well,
So they think that we killed Feather. Maybe?
or maybe they had control across or on Feather, and whatever we've done has severed that a bit.
Yeah.
The only thing we did with Feather was get our ass kicked.
Or maybe this undead individual I saw steal it. For some reason, we're getting blamed for that. I don't.
Are any of these guys wearing a mask?
Not that I know of. Not the ones I saw. I mean, there was a bunch of them, but I tried to do the fighty stuff that you do, Min. I didn't do it very well. Like, I got a few in before I couldn't really move that hand.
You're still alive, and that's what matters. That's all that matters to fight is you make it out alive. So you did a great, kid.
1 in a million.
1 in a million. I'm gonna ruffle her hair a little bit, and then
like
say,
splinting everything.
Yeah.
Like, "No more Zoe sleep. Shh. It'll all be over soon."
I feel like as you step out of the room, Min, you catch the tail end of what was supposed to be a very quiet conversation, but it's hard for Apophis to keep anything quiet from you between Penny and Apophis, where Penny actually seems to be the aggressive one in this situation. Whoever they are, I want you to find them for me, okay? You are far more comfortable in this cesspit of a place. Just give me some names, okay? They hurt My Zoe. And both of them look over, and Penny just gives you a smile and turns and just kind of dissipates into the wall.
And it's just like, looks at Apophis, looks at the door, just like shoves her hands in her pockets, like, sounds like a free pass to me.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I didn't say anything.
He similarly disappears. The rest of the evening is as quiet as you would all like it to be. I imagine the thrill of spending money may have been dulled just a little.
Oh no, actually, the thrill is gone, but the spending money has not stopped. So there's so much room service, so many first aids. We are getting legitimate ice. Like there is a bill of we are having a comfy evening in, and
Pay-per-view.
we want it to be very comfy. Yeah.
Garm's gonna be down in the bar, very conspicuously being loud and drinking, but it's mostly a sham. He's hoping some of these fuckers come in when he's ready for them.
Question, Hoop.
Sure.
Does this place have like the equivalent of like gift cards?
Kinda?
Because given the situation that Apophis and I have been so conveniently not put in and not given the okay to do, I would like to bribe some people by using my icicles to buy gift cards to give to people to spend on their own so that they can tell me information on where to find these people.
Well, that would be a little trickier. It would be more like you basically going, paying these establishments in the icicles and just saying, hey, like, I want an IOU from you, and then just taking IOUs to various places.
Okay, fine. IOUs it is. I was trying to do the whole gift card scam, but no, you won't let me do that either. I was trying to stimulate the economy.
I mean, technically most of the stores here they come and go as the ships do, so it's very hard to do something like that.
Well, I put
I'm
my
just picturing
IOUs
the
out
friggin'
there.
Dumb and Dumber case full of IOUs. That's a big one. You better hold on to that one.
Well, the rest of the evening would pass by. No other sign of these individuals. No word back yet from Apophis. Does not seem like he's come across anything. Until finally, it would be time for the meeting. We'd all make our way through the casino floor to the private rooms of the uncrowned king, where you would see, sitting there at the head of a long table, Rita, in the flesh and blood. Though she is dressed a little less fabulously than you had last seen her, as she is now in a baseball cap, shades, and a tourist-like hoodie.
Inconspicuous.
All right. Got a lot to go through, so please sit and listen closely.
Are you in hiding or something?
Something like that.
Hmm.
The situation's gotten a lot worse since the last time we talked.
Seriously? Just like sitting there with like the splint on.
Yeah.
First,
Yeah, who knew we were coming, first off?
a little
How
over
many?
a week ago, Torben McCauley, a census officer and member of the Bureau of Civic Management, was murdered in his home. A single gunshot to the back of the head. There was no sign of struggle or forced entry. Later that evening, his office was ransacked. The very next morning, just before I called you in, one of the Civic members' data centers was raided by a small, unidentified paramilitary group. They took the staff hostage, but thankfully no one was severely hurt. They deleted every record they could get their hands on, trashed the place, and then simply vanished. It was in the middle of a backup cycle, so we had lost a week's worth of data. Including the off-site copy of Macaulay's notes. Secondly, someone forged my credentials and wrote a false work order to have repair work done on one of the main reactor arrays. There was some religious group that came in and did the repairs.
Oh, Lord. Feather? Golden? Something?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Non-profit
Unimportant.
something. I don't know. Somehow, the head of the tech union got word of this. Fayyad Harb. He is furious at me because he thinks that I used non-union labor, and now the entirety of the tech union is on strike because of it. As if this wasn't bad enough, Harrison Armory is on my case about some missing scientists of theirs. They hold me personally responsible for finding their people, as if I'm supposed to keep tabs on all 2 million people visiting my station at any given moment. Add to that the printers have been going haywire for weeks. There's power fluctuations. Pop-up protests. Oddities showing up where they are most inconvenient. I am positive that someone is fucking with my station, and I want them found and stopped. The only issue is that the board hasn't authorized this operation. In fact, most of them don't even know about it. I can persuade them to grant ex post facto legitimacy once you have succeeded, but nobody on the board will sign off on your activities until then, until you have succeeded. They will think that you are a plant by me to grab power. There is just not enough trust.
I'm sorry, you want us to do the job and then they'll sign off on the job?
Until then, you are here illegally, yes.
You know who didn't have this problem? Jerry.
Can we save the
Jerry had a
snide
tight lid on
comments
his shit.
until the entirety of the icebreaker isn't about to go up in flames?
I don't think that's possible for men, if we're going to be honest. It's one of their greatest traits.
Oh, thanks.
I do have a
Kyle.
couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Question number 1. Are we a bid for you to seize power?
Are you seriously asking me that? After
Yeah.
everything
Yeah,
I'm sure I
I've
just
been
said it
behind the
out
back.
loud.
Look, we're not. Well, I'm not.
I'm not
We
opposed to
judge
it.
you
I
for
just
it.
want to
Yes.
know.
We just want to understand before we go talking to people
Yeah,
what side we need to judge, you know.
you did try to buy us out. And like they said, we're not opposed to that. You can buy us out. That's fine.
We do
Right.
enjoy being bought out.
Yeah.
when my station is no longer being fucked with, I
Yes.
would be happy to pay you to seize power for me. I have no qualms about it, but not now.
Okay. Question number 2. What makes you so sure it was a paramilitary unit?
Other than what they looked like, their tactics, their activity, what are you getting at?
Any identifying markings?
No. What paramilitary organization would mark themselves?
Once pretended to be
They
someone
all-
else.
They all have a look.
Uh,
Like
They were
McGrath.
there to destroy notes, to destroy the backup. What's worse is that I don't know where they went. There's a rogue military team somewhere in this station.
Mm-hmm.
If you want more information, you can find Officer Zarek. They're responsible. I believe.
Would
she was
Officer
looking
Zarek
into it.
talk to someone who's here illegally?
Officer Zarek is one of my employees. You are fine to speak with her.
Unofficial question number 3, is she hot? I think I know the answer to that question. I don't know. What do you got, Kaya? This stinks to high heaven. The whole thing.
Okay, let me make sure I understand everything exactly here. There was a paramilitary organization went in to this power station, deleted everything. Someone hacked in needing maintenance reports, and that's when the religious group got involved? Is that the order of operations, or did I mix something?
Someone forged my credentials after the data center attack.
After the attack, okay. What exactly does this center do fully? What motives, Is it just literally any information ever, or is it for a certain organization? What was housed that has been deleted? Most likely copied to someone else's database.
McCallie was the census officer, the head of the Bureau of Civic Management. Every piece of data regarding the function of the Icebreaker ran through that database.
Oh.
Just permanent
Oh,
residents or people in transit?
Visitors, ships in transit, ships leaving, stocks coming and going, supplies, the works.
Useful information for pirates.
I am fine with simple pirates. Many of my employees are pirates. This was not pirate activity.
There's a connection between the religious nuts and the paramilitary squad.
Most
I can
likely.
smell that.
The religious nuts, as you call them, the thing is, they did nothing wrong. They used forged documentation to make a big show of doing repairs for nothing.
Yeah, they're a little more violent than you believe, I think.
No one does
Raises
things for
hand.
nothing. Yeah.
Where do they do repairs?
One of the reactors. If you want to speak with them, you can. They're not exactly in hiding.
We know. Okay, so then the forged after the data was stolen. Then someone used probably stolen data and information to forge a work order to another place.
Yeah.
These are not at the same location.
Right.
Okay, that's where I was confused. Okay, so at first it was the data, then it was the reactor, and that is where golden feather blah 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 are.
And the work order feels like a false flag to me. Some way to distract from something else. With
I think they needed the. I'm starting to say something, and then I'm like, no, never
Wait,
mind.
reactor.
I'll say it later.
Wait.
Yes, that's what I was.
Okay,
In front of
This is Mary, not Zoe, saying this.
Yeah,
I had the same thought, and that's what I was
right?
like, nope, not in front of these people. Okay. I think that's all the information. Is there anything else that we possibly could need to know? Where, I guess, else, you said these people aren't necessarily in hiding. Do they have a church? Or anything?
Yes. You could find it in the Thorpe district.
I'm sorry, the what?
Thorpe.
Thorpe.
Thorp.
Thorpe district.
It is the biggest temple that they have in the entirety of the system.
They're everywhere.
You can't exactly miss it. They're not subtle in their imagery or architecture.
Just out of curiosity, how opposed are you to structure fires?
I
Possibly after doors have been
prefer
welded shut.
A little bit of arson.
the damage to be kept to a minimum, but I understand that sometimes action must be taken.
Is this
Yeah, they're
list
gonna
in
die
Discord
slow.
all the weird things that have happened?
Yeah.
What's that?
Okay. Is this list in Discord all the weird things that have happened?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just so I can hear it out of your mouth so I can put all my pieces together. What is this iconography that you said that they're very loud about?
Fire,
Feathers.
golden symbols, that it is very hard to miss.
Okay. Just want to make sure that the right image was in my head. Well, then I
At
guess we
that,
will go.
There is a point where suddenly every screen in the room goes blank. The lights dim, and then just everything displays emergency alerts. There's this soft siren that starts sounding in the distance. And Rita simply just lets her head smack into the table, and you just hear this loud groan of dismay. After a few
Is this
moments, the siren
usual?
stops and everything goes back to normal. Oh, Mikago and Diaz. They promised they'd have that fixed.
So, wait. What? That's the usual and that doesn't actually mean anything? Or is this like the check engine light came on and we're just praying it's not a problem today?
Every single day, at the exact same time, the station's general alarm goes off. As if all of this shit wasn't going on enough already, I would think that this is someone's sick idea of a joke. Every day, every single day, for weeks, I am this close to disconnecting the damned emergency alert system until they can fix it.
Yeah, don't do that. They're just trying to get you used to the sound, so when the real emergency goes off, you're like, oh, it's just a daily occurrence.
Yes.
Just saying.
You should probably pay attention to it.
What time is it?
Yeah, what time is it?
Afternoonish.
And how long has that been going on?
The alarm?
Mm-hmm.
Weeks.
Like, does it tie to any incident that they can pinpoint?
It is literally every single day at the same time.
No, when did it start being every single day?
Oh.
Was that tied to any incident?
There's not really any tying event, it just kind of started happening.
Okay.
Sounds like the weird shit's been happening?
Yeah.
Why do you care about any Harrison Armory scientists here? And what were they doing here? Who cares if they go missing?
Because Harrison Armory does a lot of business here. And if they're blaming me for a missing scientist, that is more work for me to do.
And Harrison Armory is not at all afraid to pay mercs to correct behavior they deem inappropriate.
Which is why I would prefer to track them down before hired mercenaries with guns come into my station.
Different question. This religious order, this big bird religious order, do they have, like you said, they're easy to get a hold of? Do they have like a church or something, a building, some sort of temple?
Yes, it's impossible to miss.
Great.
Oh, they're like the Church of Scientology.
In the Thorpe sector.
Okay.
They love flames, so let's set them on fire.
They'd love that.
Well,
Do they dispense any literature? Like, are they trying to recruit anyone to this organization, or?
they would be the ones to ask. I would recommend that you start your search there, if you're so interested. I have a myriad of issues that I need to solve before lunch is over.
Okay.
Well,
Speaking of lunch,
Then-
I'm starving.
we have a list of things that you want us to get done. Talk to the church. find the scientists, whatever. Can we get the names of those scientists so we know who we're looking for?
I'll have them sent over to you.
Thanks. So church, scientists, reactor, union, alarms. What else have we got on the list?
I'll
Be
throw-
clear too. Wait, hold on. The strike. What were those workers from? What did they?
The union. The union,
The
like
data
a union,
union.
not the union. Like a workers union
Okay, like
that was
multiple,
working.
not like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's a
Place.
unionized system here, so that they're pissed because they got outside work done, or got outside work done that was not union. So they're like, "Oh, you're local."
Or the reactor repairs.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay.
It's a
I'm
distraction.
putting it all together. Okay.
but that was even like a fake job. So like, it's not even a real.
I feel Jason feels like the reactor and the scientists are connected. The strike and the other bullshit is the alarms and stuff are to keep attention focused away from what they're really doing.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yep.
There's the sudden sound of loud music that two of you would immediately recognize as being the entrance music for Howl. As the arena next to the bar starts loudly playing, Rita stands up. That would be my distraction to get out of here. You're free to stay, have drinks, of course they're on me. But please, look into these issues as quickly and quietly as you can.
Of course.
And she'll exit the room. If any of you were interested, the House of the Godhead Arena next to the bar is running an unscheduled appearance of the league champion of the Hellfire League in a sudden 4v1 brawl, which has everybody in the area just streaming into the arena.
Did she book this fight just for a cover?
Absolutely she did.
Mhm.
I'm a little less mad at her now.
Yeah. I'll just kind of look to the other and be like, well, would y'all like to head back and turn in for the night and talk through our conspiracy theories, go for a late afternoon jaunt to a church, or go watch Min's possible future date fight for people?
There's the biggest glare at Kaya right now.
Not even looking. Giant smile.
Light entertainment, then church.
Amen.
Yeah. I'm going to introduce some people to their god.
Well, going over, you somehow, miraculously, have VIP seats. I don't know who could possibly arrange that for you. But you're given a front row performance as Howl, in her black beard, just kind of sits in the center of the arena while 4 other mechs are released, all with their weapons drawn, taking aim. And it's not exactly a quick match, because one by one, Howl dances across the arena, dismembering them, ripping them apart, ripping limb from limb, in a horrific and beautiful display of violence.
Big sexy.
Until the crowd is on their feet, screaming Howl's name. There are actual howls being loosed around the arena.
So
And-
wild.
Gob's not impressed. He's seen Marl fight.
Until she finally
elbow
stops,
men.
stands at the center of the arena, like one leg on top of the pile of dismembered limbs. The cockpit opens and Howl stands up and just lets out this just deep, thunderous howl that the rest of the crowd immediately starts mimicking. And I
I'm
think
just staring at Min.
Min's like over dramatic.
I mean,
Come on.
she's got sponsors.
I
to
know
keep
who's
happy.
in your head. You're used to
It's
dramatic.
Min. It's Min.
Min's cheeks
You're
are a
used to
little
dramatic,
more
look at
red than
Apophis.
normal.
Nah. They're into it.
Show
But
her a real fight.
But
on God, gonna throw a punch first one.
Eyes are dilated a bit.
Second one,
I
like,
get,
in
I get
proximity.
everybody's vitals into me. I'm watching.
Min wants to fight.
I feel like there would be adrenaline building, but just like, oh, I want to get in there. Just let me in that arena.
She wants
Well,
to
I
get
wanna
in there,
fight
all
'em.
right.
But
Let me at him.
I feel like before because we have a bunch of scenes ahead of us. I feel like we can call it there for today. Let everyone plan, get our mechs all sorted. Speaking of mechs, one of the conditions that I forgot to mention was that your mechs stay in the Dragon's Fang.
Is that the ship?
That is your ship.
What?
But it's parked at this station, right?
It is. That also means
That's
that
just
you
our-
should have
kind of
your
our hangar.
pilot gear sorted out.
Hope. Why is that
I don't
sound like a
fight.
threat?
Just throwing that out there. Thank you,
You know,
all
Hope, you say things.
so much for being here. Thank you to everyone that came out to watch us and support us. Total Party Chill, Table of Horrors, thank you both for the raid. We love you so very much. Thank you for sharing your community with us. I'm going to go around one more time, let everyone tell you who they are. And if you want to plug anything you're doing on the interwebs, go for it. We'll go opposite order. We did intros. So that means that we will start with Danny.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniela. You can find me everywhere on the internet at Danella. I'm going to be back here a few more times this week. I'm going to be back here on Wednesday playing MechMinder for the first time. And then I'll be back here this Sunday with Elsie for a session of Old Gods of Appalachia, which I'm very, very, very excited for. So come check that out. And then otherwise, I'm back here every other Monday for more Lands.
Heck yeah. I'm so ready for the next session. We should just go straight into it. No one needs to sleep, right?
Yes, we should. I'm ready. I have my.
Let's go.
I've
Let's
got a
go
meeting
right now.
for another 6 hours.
I don't have to work
so 7
tomorrow.
hours.
I
Let's
have
go.
ideas.
Time for one more session.
Look,
Right?
they just gave me Adderall. I'm good for all day tomorrow.
Hey, look at you go.
That brings us up to Jason.
Hi, I'm Jason on the Twixter. I'm JJSYNN. Everywhere else, I'm some version of Graphical Ronin. I will also be in MechFinder this Wednesday with Danny. Every Friday, I'm on another channel called Ruinous Paths D&D, where we're playing a D&D 5.5 campaign. And every other Monday, I'll be here playing Lancer. For the time being, I think that's everything.
Heck yeah. And up to LC.
Hi, I'm LC. I've been your resident menace. You can find me at Optimistics on all social media. It's above me. I'm not going to spell it. Where can you find me? All over the place. Mostly here and on Entropy Emporium on alternating Mondays and Tuesdays. Obviously here for Lancer every 2 weeks, and over on Entropy Emporium for Masks. It's a horror game. They call us villains. It's really great. I am destroying myself constantly in that show. If you want to see me completely lament over the fact I lost Lent because of that show, that's the place to do it. We left off with Kian's character getting put in a coma. And now I'm about to start a fight over it, defending their honor. We'll see how that goes. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. I just play a sweet little guy. I've never destroyed 2 city blocks, quarantined them, whatever. The body count's not important. It's non-existent, hypothetically, because it's never been officiated. Other than that, I am over with Danny on Sunday for Old Gods of Appalachia. It's going to be super fun. I have no idea what I'm doing for that character. I'll figure it out probably tomorrow, I guess. And then I keep forgetting to plug this, but on the 26th, I think, I'm playing a game that I don't remember the name of, but it's scary. And if you want to come scare me with sounds, I don't know. It was back from the recall week where you scare me and shit. I finally have time to do it. It's a game though. It's a funny game.
You did it to Turk, right? In Recall Week, was that Turk that played that?
No, Turk played a different game. That was for Call of Cthulhu week. This game is like, I don't know, I saw some reel on Instagram of a guy in like a fire tower and he was looking at the cult and then he like made some noise in the tower and then he looked back and they were all looking at him and then he looked over and they were coming towards him and he screamed. And I was like, that seems like a fun little game. So if you want to come scare me.
Funny little game.
I'm easily scared. I'm not gonna lie. I'm jump scared super easily.
Play that one where you're not allowed to scream, otherwise it starts you from the beginning.
What's that game?
I've got it. I bought it. I'll find it. I bought it.
Do that one because I scream a lot. I scream a lot during these games.
Yep.
So if you want to see me scream a lot in these games, come do the jump scares.
Absolutely.
That's it.
Over to Mary.
Oh, it's literally called Don't Scream.
Oh.
I totally don't have 18,800 points accumulated for this particular event. So definitely we'll be watching that. But hi, I'm Mary. My pronouns are she, her. If you want to see me do more murder marshmallowing on Wednesday, you can find me on Enchanting Sorcery Productions, where we are playing Phandelver and Below, Halia's Harriers. I am playing a rogue cleric with a memory gap who just found out who their deity was, and it is very scary. Then on Saturday, you can find me back here for a one-shot of Fallout. I'm very, very, very excited about this character. I think I've outdone myself with this one. I'm very excited. Go check that out. And then every Sunday, you can catch me over on Girls Run These Worlds for All Templars Are Bastards, a special Dragon Age series where a bunch of mages are taking on the Templars and stealing their lyrium. My Blood Mage went off last session, and there are going to be major repercussions on the open sea. So go find that out. And as always, just check out my Twitter for anything upcoming or social media. You can find me at Nerd on Wheels 15 or the Nerd on Wheels, depending on social media of choice.
Heck yeah. And then down to Taylor.
Hello, am I muted? Yeah, I am. Hi, I'm Taylor at Potato on the internet. You put underscores and other pieces and places and stuff, I guess, or whatever. I also have a lot of things coming, I think. I've had 2 weeks of doing nothing, and it's been, or almost nothing, and it's been great. But you can find me here, obviously, every other Tuesday playing this, or Monday playing this wonderful game, as well as every other Saturday for Fabula Ultima when we get that kicking. As well as every other Wednesday over on High Shelf Collective for our Beacons of Farlight that is ran by GT. It is very good. It is very fun. It is very traumatizing. You can also find me on High Shelf Collective every single Thursday playing The Last Caravan, a game of cars and aliens and the found family trying to survive it all. It's weird. Y'all should definitely watch it because the descriptions Mike gives for aliens actually break my brain as I can't quite understand them. One of them, he said, was like if a horseshoe crab had a torso and really, 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 really long legs, and I still can't figure it out in my head. So
I can see it.
It's a little scary. And then other than that, you can find me whenever I'm not here on Mondays. I am over on Apochromatic playing a Esper Genesis game. It is very like sci-fi world. It uses like base 5e mechanics, though it's like a rehaul with cybernetics and crazy tech abilities. And it's so good, y'all. I don't understand why Mass Effect 5e exists because they could have just used these rules. It is so fucking good. We are doing very Mass Effect style. It's beautiful. And we're doing a very Mass Effect style of where we are a 3-man strike team. And we've all also been brought back from the dead because we're good at what we do. I can't fucking kill my characters, baby. I keep coming back.
I can certainly
but that's it.
He gets knocked down, she gets up again.
Exactly.
And don't worry,
and then Bloom and Blight's back.
Bloom and Blight, yes.
Bloom and Blight, we're back from our hiatus Thursday. We dropped our first episode of the second half of season 1. You should check it out. It's a really great podcast. It's absolutely beautiful, amazing, wonderful, and totally not biased. And yeah, we're back, baby, and we're doing some anime shit of where the beginning of this mid-season is a flashback to when it all went to shit, baby. So you can watch how Lily died.
And don't worry, you will be hearing from my lawyer about the last caravan thing. Just
Not us. It's the name of the game. I tried to get them to name it The Lost Caravan because I know we're going to be fucking lost constantly. And I wanted so bad for it to be The Lost Caravan, The Last Caravan actual play on High Shelf Collective and really confuse everyone. But probably because of lawyers, no one approved that idea.
Hoops lawyers just hoop it with a hat.
And a fake mustache over my mustache.
Yeah.
But that just leaves me. I'm Andrew, your storyteller for tonight's game and for most games around here. And if you want to come roll some dice with us, we do casting calls each and every month. We play a bunch of games with a bunch of people. So if you want to come hang out or just, hang out with a bunch of nerds, you can join our Discord. The link is down below that big old button that says Discord. It is where we post the aforementioned casting calls, our schedules, and just generally be giant nerds. That is all I got. I'm going to throw right over to... I think it's pronounced Flos Luna. They're playing a birthday stream of D&D, so we're going to go share some love with them. But that's it. That's all we got. Till we get to revisit this incredible Lancer story next time. As always, be good people, do good things, cycle your NHPs. We'll see you next time.
Don't do that.
Don't do too much, they go crazy and try to kill us all.